here. No matter how hard we tried, we're doomed. Say your goodbyes. Brace yourself. I can see the end inside. 3, 2, 1. Hardwired.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, hello and welcome to the Gaylorant Charity Gauntlet. My name is Warren Juggle God Hammond, and today I am joined on the mic by Fox. How are you doing today, my friend?
I'm doing really good, Juggle God. It is awesome to be here today. I've honestly been looking forward to this all week, and I've been looking forward to being here next to you in the digital space that we have here.
Oh yeah, me too. This is a very welcome break for me from all of the kind of chaos and mayhem that's surrounding my life at the moment. I'm actually in the middle of a move right now, so I am moving from up in about 30 minutes away from where I currently live. So I'm sitting here in my office, and it's just my computer that's left before I move it over today. So I am thrilled to be here. It's a wonderful little break, and we have got some exciting things coming for you all today. And it's all going to start off with a show match. And this is going to be a really exciting one, Fox.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I've just been having a look through this show match, and it looks like it's going to be so much fun. Honestly, these teams, I don't know all these players, and that intrigues me even more than if I knew every one of them by name, because a lot of what I'm seeing from them that I do know is really good, and then the rest of the teams fill out, and I'm like, I'm so curious to find out what all of these players are going to be about today. Specifically, those teams that we've got coming in today, we have the Babe Blades versus the cool and talented beings of interest, or Babe versus Cat Boys, as they like to be referred to. Juggle, I'd love to keep talking about what I think, but first, let's get your opinions just to start off with.
Well, it's going to be exciting, right? Let's just get that out of the way right off the bat. And for one particular reason, that's because we are going to be playing Strat Roulette for this show match. So for those of you who aren't familiar with Strat Roulette, there's numerous sites you can go to online, and it'll you just click a button and it tells you some kind of new wacky strategy that you have to employ. So, for instance, I'm just going to read off some of them. Some of them here. So there's gun swap, where you have to pick up your opponent's gun who you just killed before you try and click someone else's head, right? There's X-ray vision, where you're only allowed to kill enemies through walls. There's, oh, hold on, one of my favorites is yeah, here we go. Follow the leader is one of my favorites. So that's where one teammate has to be the leader, and literally everybody else has to follow them in a straight line throughout the throughout that round. So every single round, there's going to be a new strat. It's going to be something wacky. Going to be something fun, and we're going to see if these talented Valorant figures can handle it, and who's going to come out on top. But before we get too deep further into that, let's talk a little bit about what this tournament is all about, Fox, and the donations, and what we're doing this for.
Yeah, absolutely. So, the immediate thing that I want to point out, everyone knows it. We're all here for charity. It's an amazing community that we have in Valorant in general, but specifically in the LGBTQ plus side of the Valorant community and just gaming as a whole. And so we are here to support charity, and the charity of choice today is the Trevor Project, which is supporting LGBT people throughout all of America, and I believe possibly other regions in the world. I'm not 100% sure on that. Don't quote me. But I've been checking out the Trevor Project, this charity, and honestly, the work they do is so wonderful. And I'm happy to see that more organizations are willing to do this work and really put in the work to make the world just a better place for everyone involved in it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The Trevor Project is a wonderful, wonderful organization. I'm so excited that we are going to be doing this entire tournament to benefit it, because it can help so many lives, and particularly the youth, right? It's the youth LGBT QIA plus that the Trevor Project is really centered around. And so thank you first off. Actually, you usually do thanks at the end, but I started it now, so whatever, we're going with it. But thank you to everybody who has been involved in making this tournament happen. It's a really, really special thing to do, and it warms my heart to see how many people have come out for it in, on every side of the equation here, from the producers and the support staff to all the players, and including the players who are going to be here in the show match today, Fox.
Yeah, and speaking of those players that we're going to have in the show match, we have a few memorable names that we've both
Yes.
immediately picked out of the crowd. I immediately went for I'm a Bebop over on the Catboys team. That name stands out to me immediately, and I'm pretty sure it's because I see that name popping up in my Twitter feed quite a lot.
Yeah. One of the things that's interesting to me is the is how many artists are on both of these teams.
Yeah.
In addition to casters as well, it's a little maybe nerve wracking, seeing that a Evil Cat and Jesgoat are out there. I love both of them, but we are gonna go ahead and take it to the game, because we are ready to kick this thing off. We're gonna be headed to Pearl first, so love to see it. I've been casting, Valorant for a long time now, and over the summer, this is the very first time I've gotten to see Pearl. I am thrilled that we get to cast this map.
Oh yeah, I have yet to cast this map as well, but I've watched plenty of Pearl, and there seems to be a lot of very valuable sort of sneaky strats that you can pull off here, and I'm happy to see Yankee over on the left hand side of your screen locking in that Sage, because that's where a lot of these sneaky spots are coming on Pearl, especially from the attacker's side. So probably playing for a later stage in the match where you can get those Sage walls up very early on into some high angles that may or may not be patched out at some point in the future, but you can get these amazing cross map picks. And again, we see the hover pick over on the attacker side of Ash on the Jet, which is another character who can get up into these spots that can really create nice, surprising angles.
Choose your agent.
It's great to see those characters coming in here. And the rest of the agent lineups that we can see are actually going to make it very fun. We have got this double controller composition coming out over on the left side of the screen here. So It's going to be interesting to see how these teams play out, what strategies they're really trying to go for. But it's certainly a new experience for all of us involved.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be fantastic. One of the so you and I, we were chatting a little bit before the cast here, and we were both we discovered that we both play controllers. So that's one of the things I'm gonna be very excited about seeing is how each of these controllers plays, right? And so that's just a little personal thing that I think I'm gonna find interesting. I'm definitely gonna have my eyes on Scraft Mike. I want to see if they've got any kind of lineups, because I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. I am a lineup Larry. I love them. I'm the guy you love to hate, I think, in your game. But I'm excited to see if maybe I can pick up something new from them today. But one of the other things I think is interesting is we're seeing Yoru picked.
Yeah, after all the Yoru changes, finally might be viable to pick a Yoru here. And it is certainly an interesting character. I've seen more Yoru played on Pearl so far, just because the A and B long is such a long rotation. Yoru can throw out that teleport,
Right.
pressure the long, make it seem like they have to commit and then TP away, and really is one of the more flexible characters in terms of applying pressure to the long routes to the side.
Yeah, they absolutely are, and it's going to be exciting to see how that's going to play out. I'm also really interested in this KJ pick too. I personally haven't seen too much of it. That isn't to say that it isn't a meta pick. I'm just not haven't seen it as much as perhaps other characters. But we are in a knife round, so look at this aggressive push onto B in from the defense as well. They just go straight through mid, they have wrapping all the way around. They're gonna get an idea of where everyone is, but now, oh my gosh, this is just turned into a game of tag at this point, because now look at the attackers. They've wrapped all the way around. They're going back in through. Okay, this is already absolutely hilarious, Fox. I can't believe
this is the
seeing.
chaos we love to see here going out from these teams. We've got the first bit of damage coming in here. That chamber killjoy attack onto one another, and now there's just a little bit of posturing that we're going to see here at the start of this fight. They really don't want to give up too much space and let themselves be cornered, especially with how dangerous these knives are going to be. And the first pick is coming out. Uber King game approaches, and now the guns are rolling.
Oh
my god, and it is just a massacre. The Cat Boys have come out on top in very short order. After that first knife kill came in, everybody brought out the guns and took care of things very quickly. Cat Boys up 1-0.
Yeah, that was such a fast reaction from all the players. As soon as the kill feed popped up, they were straight into the guns. No more messing about. This is when the actual game comes into play. And we do see Catboys taking the first round, but honestly, I don't think that round really shows us too much of what we can expect for the rest of this match.
What are you saying? Those rotations we saw aren't meta? They aren't standard?
I have a sneaking suspicion we're not going to see the full team rotate like that very often.
Oh my gosh.
We are going to see the attackers get straight down A1. All of them will be here.
Remaining.
And of course,
Spike
coming in now
down
is
A.
Axel, possibly with the ace here.
Wow.
Axel managing to get an ace on round 2.
That was incredible. And just a quick note as well, for those of you who are wondering, Doppelganger, that's the mode where you have to kill your essentially your doppelganger on the other side if there is one. I think my WP is stuck. Literally, you gotta just hold W. You can't back up. So, very interesting. Looks like things worked out a little bit better for the doppelgangers that time. But now we're on to the bye round, the first round that Babe is going to have a chance with guns here. So we've got X-ray vision and evasive maneuvers. Evasive maneuvers, they have to jump around corners, and X-ray vision, you have to wallbang.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I'll be honest, I didn't realize each team was going to use a different strategy each round, so that's going to be quite fun to see. And I think how these combine into one another. It's going to be another element
B.
strategy that these teams need to take into account.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. They're gonna have to you know, the way that they interact is going to be really interesting to see. And look at that Uber chain already trying to get that wall bang, see if they can find anybody, but unable to do that at the moment. It's going to be SRKP who does find Uber chain instead, and now Babe is looking pretty good here. 4 players alive and just yet. Now trying as hard as they can to spray through that control panel with the Odin, see if they can find anybody. And you know, you were talking about how some of these threats may be more difficult, or you know, rather you were talking about how these different strats are going to interact, and I think right now we're seeing that X-ray vision. That's a pretty tough one. I think evasive maneuvers having an easier time of it.
Absolutely, and arguably evasive maneuvers count as X-ray vision. They have to jump around.
Oh yeah,
corners.
You're right.
And as soon as you jump around the corner, you're in the line of sight. You're not allowed to kill the enemy with the X-ray vision. So the evasive maneuvers, if you just push very aggressively, I mean, that might explain why we've just seen that round go over to the Beyblades.
Yeah, it certainly could.
Yeah,
it certainly could. And to the 1-score line, you know, nothing too surprising here. It's kind of what you expect to see after 3 rounds. But real quick, before we get into this round, I do want to mention our sponsor as well, Boom TV. We didn't get to mention them before the game started, but I absolutely want to shout them out because they're the ones who are really helping out, making this, you know, financially doable for the organization. So thank you so much, Boom TV. And oh my gosh, look at that lurk. Beautiful play there from SRKP. Sending out the duplicate, seeing if he can find anybody. That's going to be Vexel setting it off. But he had a pretty good idea, that's what it was.
Yeah, we got to see a little hint there at what the trick shot actually means for the Catboys here. They do have to 360 before doing the attack. You did see Vexel do that before shooting the clone. And arguably that could help against the Yoru, possibly avoid those flashes a little bit more. But that is going to be quite difficult for them to place consistent shots.
Yeah, it really is. And the Team Babe has to do one at a time, and that literally means that each one of them has to stay in spawn until somebody else is left. So they're going in just one at a time. Very, very difficult, I think. But they were able to get the plant, and they've also got the lead in the kill feed as well. So it's going to be up now to Vexel and Jess to see if they can make something of this, if they can get this defuse. That's going to be Vexel and Jesco both dropping down, but KP finds them through the one-way. Worked a little bit better for the other team this time around. Despite getting close to going off. Not much time left to defuse. This could just be a save.
Yeah, it looks like that is what we are going to see. A little bit of a shame. If we could see the 1v1, it's possible the defuse could have come in before we even got the rotation. But arguably, these teams are going to struggle to really read the strat and how that strat is going to play out. So it's completely justifiable. Save up some of that economy, and who knows, that Odin could come useful in this next round.
Oh yeah, it certainly could. And we've seen a lot of Odin today, and actually Odin Rush. That is what Catboys are going to be doing this time around. So this one, you have to have the Odin. If you can buy it. If you can't buy it, pick up an Ares instead. Shaky Hands is an interesting one. That's where you have to turn your sensitivity up to 10 until you get the first kill, and then you can turn it back down. So I gotta be honest, I gotta give this one to Catboys, the advantage here. Oh my god.
Do say that, and we are starting to see the reaction as KB instantly aiming at the floor. And Jess going to get a triple here. And that's just a very aggressive defense now coming out, and everything's going to go down.
Oh my gosh.
A very swift win for Catboys here. Honestly, I thought Shaky Hands might have had a little bit of a loophole. Maybe you up your sensitivity to 10, but then you, like, reduce your mouse DPI. Like, could you possibly do that? It kind of gets around the fact that you have the increased sense. But no, it does look like we are going to see the Odins coming out on top, and they could actually be good weapons to keep going with. You arguably don't need to buy them, but it looks like they are going to anyway.
Well, they have to. They are on the Wild West this time, which means they have to use a sheriff. So it's interesting because we've got gun swap going up against it, which means that you have to pick up the enemy's guns. So literally for the gun swap, all they're going to be trading into are sheriffs if they get these picks, which I think is kind of hilarious. The push down push down A from the attackers from Catboys.
Yeah, but we do have this little lurk from the Yoru over on the side. The Fadol's going to come in. Definite Vexel, who's sending out the blind, gets into a 1v1, but it's Scrap Mike off on the side who finds the pick here. And that is the site wide open now.
Yeah, that certainly is. And Scrap Mike going to have to pick up one of those sheriffs. That's going to be KP. And ooh! KP, I don't think they swapped out their guns. That was a foul right there, KP. But we're just gonna let it slide because frankly, there's nothing else we can do. But Spike has been planted. 2v4 now. The gun swap side having a little bit of an advantage here. Evil Cat trying to peek around the corner, see if she can find anybody. Gonna satchel over, finds the Yoru. Beautiful shot there with the sheriff. You love to see that kind of play. Scrap Mike is getting ready with the orbital strike in case they need to. Here it comes in, but I don't know if it's going to be fast enough, just barely. They are able to get them. Can anyone get there? A defuse? Not this time around. Excellent clutch there from Scrap.
Yeah, Babe now managing to even up the scoreline 3-3. And honestly, these teams, as much as the strategy is really messing them up, that's all it seems to be. It's a lot of even play between these teams, so we could see a very long game being drawn out here, and it's just going to be a matter of what these teams have to do. We are going to see Babe here switching over to the trick shot, so plenty of 360s incoming, but the one at a time coming out from the Catboys. So we might see a repeat of one of our previous rounds here.
Yeah, we certainly could. KP with a nice shot onto Jess, taking her out of the equation very, very quickly. It's going to be KP now, using the dimensional drift to clear sight, see if he can suss out where some of these defenders are. And right now, not finding anybody, but that's good information to have regardless. Gonna go ahead and drop back now. Spike gonna be planted.
We do see the equalizer coming out here. Ferocious managing to find Vexel, but Yankee trading out in exchange. It's still an even game of 3-3. And it does look like we're going to have the Viper coming in here, Uber Chain, tossing out those mollies, and it's really just trying to put pressure onto the back of this site here, but this crossfire might cause some problems.
Oh, yeah, it certainly could, but now they've got the molly in the way. They're going to see if they can potentially defuse it through the smoke, but the molly from Brim is there. Ferocious gets the kill as well. That's going to be a 3v2, but the spike is going to go off. No time to defuse, and Babe takes one more round.
Yeah, we're starting to see a couple of these strategies really aren't as in your favor as you might like.
Right.
One at a time, for example. Probably not the ideal way to be playing the game.
No,
I have a feeling
not.
That's why a lot of the default strategies don't have you playing in Spawn.
Right? Yeah, I think that might be the case. But who knows? You know, maybe we'll see some of these come out in VCT. You never know. You never know. But right now we've got the glass cannon up close and personal.
Yeah, someone's gonna prove me wrong. Tell me about how there's 3 different characters with lineups who can play from Spawn, or something like that. But that isn't going to matter this time. We are going to see the push down B, and that's one up pick coming out from Scrap Mike. And now we're going to see a rotate, but not fully. It looks like the rest of the team is going to be trying to defend this mid point.
Wow.
And now KP finding one more pick to add on.
Oh my gosh. The glass cannon working out pretty decently. Going up against up close and personal, I think, is interesting as well, right? You got glass cannon who's picking like the biggest, baddest weapons they can, and oh no, Scrap Mike just gets a shooting gallery there off of that res. It's gonna be Evil Cat going for the kill with the showstopper. Gets one, but they get killed in the process, and that's one more round for Babe.
Yeah, and really they chose the exact way to play that strategy. Just go down B long, you have so much space. On this map, you almost want an operator most rounds if you can get away with
Right.
it. But yeah, really not a good matchup there. However, it was interesting to see that the Catboys were trying to put up their defense in mid, try and possibly rotate round for the flank. Almost worked out for them, but it was traded in the end. So these teams really choosing the best logical decision that they can.
Yeah, they really did. It's fun seeing how each of these teams has to play around, what they're doing. We've got follow the leader and follow the leader again. One of my favorites. I think it's just so silly, so difficult to do, and already we're seeing a 2v1 because of it. It's just gonna be Jess for the Catboys, seeing if they can hold on for dear life. But oh my gosh, what a
The
TP
teleport.
coming from KP, finds them on the flank to get the round again for Babe.
Oh wow, what a awesome strategy there. Babe up 6-3 in the scoreline now, and really you don't want to be seeing that, but Catboys can kind of think in the back of their head, yeah, this one, it's not too important. Maybe we can get the next strat, maybe the next one. If you just snowball a couple of strategies in a row, you can start getting that confidence back, and maybe you can even win some of the difficult ones like trick shot.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's, I feel like I've got a few friends in the game who would probably love trick shot and actually do pretty well on that. So some of those cheeky players who just feel like they're a god on the op or something and need to show off. But we've got shaky hands this time for the Catboys and shoutcasters for Babe. So, this is one of the ones that I wish we could have an insight into the sorry, I just can't. The shaky hands is hilarious. Nobody can get anything done, it looks like. And that is a flawless round for Babe. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so absolutely the shaky hands there. I'm starting to feel like that's another one I don't want to do. I always thought that my sensitivity was very high, but that one just isn't for me. That would have me all over the place. I'd be back in iron in no time. I've only just gotten to gold, I don't want to go back.
Yeah, no, I feel it. I actually, I got my start in FPS games as a Quake speedrunner back in the late 90s. I was a top-ranked speedrunner back then, and we all had very high sensitivity, so when I came to this game, I was actually playing on something ridiculous like 30. But I have since...
Oh my god.
I know, I have since learned better. And, oh my gosh, look at that TP right into spawn. I love it. Both of them have the motivational speech right now. So it looks like the attackers are still talking about it, right? Somebody is really... Look at this. It's got to be KP. KP has to be the one doing the motivational speech going around to each player. You love to see it. But in the meantime, he took so long for that the entire Catboy squad has started to push out of the defensive side. KP will be able to take out Yankee. So Babe looking a little bit better at the moment. Catboy is a little worse for wear.
You should run.
Yeah, absolutely. And Babe able to take so much map space here. And then Vexel as well, actually getting a lot of information once their speech was finished with that Omen teleport. Extremely powerful. We are going to see Vexel's going to fall here. KP, 3 picks up in the round despite getting into the round later on. And now it's going to be a very difficult retake from mid here. Evil Cat taken down by KP, and KP finds another Uber chain fall.
Is that the second ace for KP? No, it was Vexel who had the other one, wasn't it? I think it was Vexel who had the other, ace. But...
Yeah, it's hard to remember at this point, but I think you might be right.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It is. Yeah, gosh, I wish that we could have heard the motivational speeches as well, right? Like, maybe somebody recorded this. Maybe one of them is streaming or something. I'll have to go back and watch later to see if that's the case.
Yeah, hopefully over on the side of the team that had shoutcasters earlier will be very fun.
Yeah, it looks like we've got my W key is stuck, and is this CS:GO? So for Babe, they're not going to be able to use any of their abilities at all this round. So, oof. Ferocious gonna get a nice pick onto a Evil Cat. She was completely unawares that Ferocious was there. Spike is going to be planted now. Catboy is going to have to try and retake this, but Scraft Mike has other ideas, taking Vexel out of the equation.
Yeah, it's going to be the 3v5 now, but Catboys are going to be making so much noise, it's going to be hard for them to find much. Yankee does find Ash, but Scrap might trade it back in exchange, and really, this is not a good situation for Catboys to be in, and it's 9-3 at the half as Babe takes that round. I'm going to ask you a question, Juggle, and I don't know if you know what's coming. Do you believe in curses?
I was gonna say, I feel like we almost had to have a 9-3 in this show match, right? Because I mean, it's strat roulette. It's a meme already, practically, right? So why not throw in a 9-3 curse on top as well? So, I mean, you know what this means, right? Catboys, they're coming back. That's what this means.
Yeah, they're coming back. The question is only, what score will they come back to? Are we going to see a 13-9, or is it going to come up even? Are we going to see a 14-12, you know? How close are these teams going to get? But we are going to see evasive maneuvers versus trick shots here, and that could be quite fun to see, jumping around every corner versus these 360s. And we can see KP doing some now. Yankee's the one who's going to find the pick, though.
Out of charges.
Just give up half the site here.
Yeah, they really did. Evil Cat is able to get all the way into the back of site. Start to go through that hallway. Vexel with the plant as well. Uber Chain does get the pick. Evil Cat finds one as well. And this is just an absolute slaughter in favor of the Catboys. Perfect, flawless round. And you know what? The comeback has started. It's here. The curse is real. The curse is real. Exactly, Fox.
We've all heard about it, we've all experienced it, but now we get to see Catboys and Babe reliving it. If you're a Babe fan here, then you might not be super happy seeing the halfway point of this match.
Yeah, that's a little bit rough. We've got one mic this time for Babe. That means the middle fragger is going to be the one calling all the shots here. The fake out, I don't actually remember what this one is.
The fake out means the team has to go all on one side, release all of their abilities, and then run back to the other side. So you're going to see everything coming out here. It does mean it's going to draw Babe away to that B side, but then you are going to see that rotate around.
Oh,
so
this is great.
They should get a lot of space here up A main. We are going to see the Killjoy rotating back to A, but then you're going to have next to no utility left on the side of Catboys.
Right, exactly. You know, what do you do now? There's not going to be any lineups. There's not going to be any abilities at all coming out. We're going to see KJ throw out a turret just to get a little bit of information. That's going to be one Molly set off as well. But in the meantime, a couple of picks have come in. It is now a 3v3 on this site. KP with a beautiful, oh, never mind. It was Jess with a beautiful shot to take out KP. Spike has been planted, and now it's just Razor trying to see what they can get done here. They've got a Marshall, the no-scope into Vexel. It's going to make things a lot easier for them.
Yeah, and we're going to see Razor here. Very sneaky-like, but a little flank coming out from Yankee, and that is going to secure the round once again for Catboys. 2-0 in the half, and doing well at it.
Yeah, they're looking pretty great right now, and despite the strats that have come out for them, they've been able to hold on to this little bit of momentum that they've got. But Bye gonna be coming in now for Babe, so things about to get a little bit tougher for them, and yeah, excited to see which strat we're gonna be seeing this time around for each of them.
Yeah, I will say, looking at the kills on both of these teams here, we are seeing a slight discrepancy leaning towards KP having more pigs. We are going to get a little encounter here. Vexel trying to blind out KP, but KP backing away, giving up a bit of space, but valuing the light. And what's going to be quite interesting here, we do have a mirror matchup of strats with the shoutcasters, so not a lot of actual comms going to be coming through from either team.
No, there's not going to be. There's going to be mass confusion, I would imagine, in the comms. And right now, Babe is coming out with it, which I got to be honest, I was going to give the advantage here to Catboys because they've got both Jess and Evil Cat on their side. And Evil Cat is still up. So she's oh, look at this flank over through onto A side. She's clearing out their spawn completely. She's going to meet the Sage in just a moment. She gets Ash. Now gonna move back over to A where the plant is happening. It's a 2v2 now. Molly comes out. That's gonna tag Jess and able to get them as well to 1v1 now. A Evil Cat against Fade. Razor playing them. Who's gonna come out on top? There's still a lot of util that Razor has to use here.
I think Razor has just given away their position now.
Yeah.
With those sound cues, so Evil Cat going to have a better idea of where it's going. Shots being sent in, and the fight's going to keep going.
Yeah, that it is. A couple of shots come out from a Evil Cat. The paint shells briefly dissuading Razor from getting onto that spike, but it's going to be the shot from a Evil Cat with just the classic to finish it off.
Yeah, and now, once again, we're looking at 6-9 in the scoreboard. Catboys are going to be feeling very comfortable with themselves this time, and we are going to see possibly a full buy coming out from the Catboys. Babe, on the other hand, looks like they're going to be saving up for a 4-9 scoreline and trying to really put up their defense a bit better there.
Yeah, I think they will be. And real quick, I just have to say one thing about that last round before we move on. And that is caster diff. Well done, Evil Cat. 6-9. It's going to be the Wild West versus confusing callouts. So this one has got to be a tough one to do because you have to use fake callouts for everything that you're doing. So the comms have just got to be an absolute mess right now. And KP taking advantage of that already by removing Vexel from the equation.
Yeah, you almost have to question in this round, do you just mute up your whole team so that you can't actually hear? Play it as if people just aren't coming. You might be able to rely on yourself a bit more. And A Evil Cat is going to find KP here out in mid, and that's going to force the rotation now from Babe. They're setting up for a B defense, but they've left this A split open, and it looks like Catboys might be able to get some free space going up into that A, but the spike isn't anywhere near there.
No, and in fact, there's two defenders on B as well. Both of them, I believe, oh, actually, no, one of them in heaven, one of them on the ground, I believe. We're going to see the Sage Wall come out for the plant. Going to go not quite down. It's going to go down on the ground, not planted. Evil Cat finding Ferocious on the flank as well. She's been sneaky. She's a sneaky player.
Oh, but Ash gets one pick and now make that a double. As that's gonna give Babe the round win that they really needed in this half for that morale boost.
Yeah, it certainly will be. And you know, again, I wonder if it had to happen to be a strat roulette diff that time, right? The confusing call-ups, that's just got to be so disorienting.
Yeah, I honestly think there is a couple of loopholes they could probably do, but knowing these people, knowing these players that we have in today, I imagine they're going to be playing by the book. They're not going to reduce their DPI, they're not going to mute their teammates, they're just going to deal with the strat, they're going to push through it, and some of the round wins they managed to get on some of these more difficult strategies have been very interesting to watch.
Oh yeah, they really have. Nice flank there again from a Evil Cat to take out Scrap Mike. Not that controller in the mix, things are going to be a lot easier to push out onto the site, but there is still an Omen to try. Or rather, no, there is not still an Omen to try and deal with. Ferocious going to be going down to Vexel. It's a 4v1 right now. Babe in a pretty tough spot. Catboys are saying to them, we let you get one round, but we're going to be right back at it here. Ooh, Ash is able to find one.
Managed to find one. Oh, jinx. No, but we are going to see Catboys take that round once again. The Silent but Deadly just gives them so much more range that they were able to work with the Phantoms and the Spectres combined. They're weapons that you would choose in a normal ranked game, never mind in a roulette ranked game. So it's not really too surprising that we did see the round going in favor of Catboys there.
No, it's really not. The up close and personal seems like a pretty tough one, especially on Pearl, right? I mean, that long sideline on B, they just become almost useless there. It's gonna be one Mike versus the fake out here, so I love the fake out. The fake out is just hilarious, I think, and honestly, it's pretty close to how I play naturally.
Oh, it looks like it is not the fake out, it's actually the Wild West.
Oh, it's the Wild West this time. Gotcha.
Yeah, which means KP is going to get the double kill.
Oh,
wow. Really representing the Cowboys of our world here on that Euro main.
Yes, absolutely. Ooh, but he's taken out. Nice turn there from Vexel. Finds the second. It's gonna slow things down quite a bit for Babe and give a pretty good opportunity now for the Catboys to rotate over to A side where, yeah, again, look, it's just the KJ again this time. Vexel gets another.
Vexel here is actually doing so good at preventing any sort of mid flanks coming in. We are going to see the Sage coming in now with the res, but that immediately tells the entirety of Catboys exactly where both of them are. They can set up their defense a little bit differently to try and counteract this. They don't need to worry about the A-long flank coming in.
No, they certainly don't. Vexel with their board. Oh my gosh, just robbed of the ace. Rays are going to be the one ruining those dreams. Going to go ahead and throw out their ult as well. This is going to give them a lot of info onto where Viper is, but not a whole lot of time left. They're able to get the Viper out of the equation. Racers just got 2 more to take out, but Yankee is there to finish things off for the Catboys.
Yeah, arguably there, that Viper's Pit would have been so useful for Fade to stay in with the silence and really take out the other players first, but you can't get everything you want, and finding that Viper just clears up so many of the sightlines, which is the reason why Catboys were able to take that round there.
And now there's 2 ultimates on each side as well, and just 2 points separating these teams. You know, want to remind everybody, this was a 9-3 curse half, so the Catboys are living up to expectations here. And Babe, they've got to be shaking in their boots now.
Yeah, but it is going to be interesting to see if Babe manages to get a couple of picks here onto the Catboys running all the operators. Then that gun swap is going to force Babe onto the operators themselves.
Wow.
KP going to find the pick and now has to run it all the way up long.
Oh my gosh, yeah, they do. They got to run it all the way up long and then try to deal with that with a with an operator as well once they get to that corner. But looks like they did a pretty decent job of it, and now Vexel gonna have a bit of a surprise here, as it looks like 3 of them are coming in.
And we are going to see a slight readjustment here. Razor managing to find Jess, gets traded out by Vexel, and Ferocious finding the pick from behind as well. This split defense coming out from Babe really putting so much pressure onto the Catboys.
Yeah, and Babe actually went with their own strat roulette that time called a Guardian Gang, where every single person buys a Guardian, and that would just be a nightmare for me. I don't know about you, Fox, but the Guardian is a gun I wish I could play with well, but just can't.
Yeah, absolutely. It is one of the most accurate weapons in the game, if not the most accurate, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
Because I believe even fully stationary crouching, the Vandal has a very slight inaccuracy on the first shot, so that Guardian is just so much more satisfying.
No ultimates used in the last round, which means they've got everything ready to go for this one. We're going to hear the Orbital Strike come out first, and wow! Scrapped Mike able to pick out 2 with it. Beautiful use of that ultimate, which a lot of times is just used from a zoning perspective. Scrap going to be able to get a 3rd pick as well, as Omen had pushed up onto site.
Yeah, Scrap Mike here, the plat player, but playing as if it's immortal, and we are going to see now the rotation coming out from the Catboys, but it's 4 against 1, and they're going to see that rotation coming a mile away. Choosing to push up a long and just send the Sage round to B, but this is going to be so many crossfires coming in onto Jess. It's going to be very difficult to clutch out this round, but we'll see what Jess can do.
Wow, yeah, just peeks around that corner is instantly deleted by Ash. Now we are at match point. Babe has been able to bring this back. They may be able, in fact, to break the 9-3 curse here, Fox. But, you know, a lot of it, I think, is gonna have to be dependent on what kind of strat roulette we've got.
Yeah, absolutely. That it seems to be one of the big deciding factors that we have had. But a couple of these strats, you know, some of them could actually be better for you than not. Like if you get is this CSGO versus a team that can only hold W, I feel like that is an advantage that you would take.
Oh my gosh, the motivational speech. This is great. You can tell it's Razor again. I love how these players are actually like positioning themselves right in a spot in order to give this motivational speech. And you love it. I love the fact that it's like before match point, right? They're getting themselves geared up to come out and take this final round. And unfortunately for Catboys, it's bringing a knife to a gunfight. Oh, they're gonna have a tough time of this. That's too bad right there. But oh, look at this, Scrapped Mike. Scrapped Mike is he's gonna take the knife fight. It looks like, and ooh, an evil cat comes up on top in that first one. We're gonna hear KP now use the dimensional drift, throws out one of their flashes, is able to keep Just at bay for the moment, drops in and gets the knife kill as well. Beautiful play right there. Against all odds, Catboys actually tied this at the moment in the kill feed.
30 seconds.
Yeah, able to bring those guns out now that they have that first knife pick from the mid fight, and really positioning themselves to take B here. That's one pick and two for Ash, and that is the match gonna go the way of Babe. Really amazing display coming out from both of these teams.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. That was a lot of great Valor to watch, and goofy fun as well, right? With all the strats, I love seeing that. You know, I've played strat roulette myself a few times, but first time getting to cast strat roulette, which was really exciting as well. So happy to have that experience.
Yeah, absolutely. If people thought that casting over a game that's basically CSGO but with 100 abilities going off all at once, then try casting CSGO with 100 abilities going off all at once, and every round both teams are doing a completely different strategy. It's a very difficult thing to do, but both of these teams gave us such a good performance that honestly it almost felt natural for part of this. Like, you could almost read into it what was actually going to happen, even if you're not that good at doing strat roulette. Personally, I get a little bit too try hard, and I give up on the strat roulette after half a match.
Right. Yeah, no, it's a lot of fun, and it can be frustrating at times. So kudos to these teams for sticking it out. But this means we are done with our show match for the day. So we are going to be actually getting into the tournament portion of it. And now, today, we have the group stage. Tomorrow will be the bracket, the playoffs. So we are going to be back in just about 10 minutes to bring you the first match of our group stage. But before we throw it to a break, Fox, any final words from you?
Yeah, I want to say a big thank you to all those players, both of the teams that have come out today. That was very fun to watch. Honestly, some of them showed up even more than I was expecting. We got to see a lot of Jess, Vexel, KP coming out, Razor on the Fate. Honestly, I enjoyed these plays more than I thought I would. But other than that, thank you guys, and we will see you after the break, I believe.
The party not stop like. Come back to me.
We could be legend. I have nothing to lose. Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. Wake up. I know what's real. Escape reality. Hardwired.
The Strat Roulette has run its course. The show match is done, and we are ready to dive into the thick of it here for the Gaylorant Charity Gauntlet. If you're just joining us, once again, my name Warren Jungle God Hammond, joined on the mic by Fox. So, how do you feel after that break? Ready to jump into the thick of it, into the meat of the tournament?
I am ready for some normal Valorant, for something that has a little bit of cohesion to it. Something where I can actually predict what the next round is going to be based off of what's just happened. Because in that last match, it was so much fun, but I don't think that the buy rounds really mattered. I don't think that the economy mattered. I'll be honest, half the time, I don't think the abilities mattered. It was just the strat that mattered. And I suppose you could argue that about every Valorant game, but we are going to start seeing a lot more consistent strategies, hopefully, going forward. So I'm looking forward to that. A little bit of stability in my life.
Yes, we're going to have that coming up for certain. So let's talk a little bit about these two teams that we're going to see. We're going to be in Group C to start things out today. And we're going to be looking at the number 2 seed going up against the number 3 seed. That's going to be Mother Allies at the number 2 seed, taking on Celestials at number 3. Now, something interesting about both of these teams, each team has at least one player that has participated in the previous iterations of this tournament, placing, let's see here, second for Celestials. That was Thane and Bill. Placing second in the tournament, and Jocelyn for Mother Allies placing third and fourth.
Yeah, so we are going to be seeing some experienced players coming in here, and actually taking a look at some of the ranks of these players. They are going to be very evenly clumped together, especially over on the side of Mother Allies, where we are going to see a few silver players and a little bit with Cat reaching into gold. But the rest of the players sitting at a comfortable silver 2, silver 3. So we're going to see that sort of elo for strategies. And then over on the side of Celestials, we are going to see the silver, the gold. We do see Thane going all the way up to the platinum, but then you do also have Truth and Mona down in bronze. So that kind of evens out. And the average elo of both of these teams is going to be about on par with one another. This might be one of the most even matchups that we can really ask for throughout the entire series.
Yeah, I think it really could be. And what's interesting too is seeing how, yeah, like you said with these player rankings, right? We've got Mother Allies that are pretty much clustered around silver, right? One peaking into gold. And Celestials, they it's a little bit more wide. It's a little bit more, there's a little bit more variance in the ranks, but one player who's peaked a little bit higher. So my question going into this is, will the carry potentially of Thane for Celestials, who is that Plat 1 player, be enough to give them the win over Mother Allies, who, again, are the second seed? They're seeded just a little bit over Celestials. So that's going to absolutely be one thing that I'm looking at.
I feel like I have an answer to you immediately as well. I can answer that question slightly. I don't think this comes down on Thane at all. I think what you really need to look at is, can Truth and Mona keep up? Because if those two can keep up, the fact that Thane is all the way in plat is going to carry Celestials through to the win. But if those two seem to fall behind, then that carry potential is really going to disappear. And having the more consistent elo on your team will then just be much more valuable. versus having that one player who can peak. Because even if you're a Radiant player, you can't win every 1v5 in existence. So it is going to come down to those lower ranked members of Celestials and whether or not they can shine as brightly as the higher ranks in their team.
Now, one thing production just told us is that apparently Cat has now peaked in plat. So that differential that we were talking about may not necessarily be there anymore, right? So this could be potentially a David and Goliath story, right? Mother Allies, I think, coming into this, at least on paper, the favorites, in my opinion. Of course, they are the second seed as well. So this is going to have to be, I think, some of the tightest, best gameplay out of Celestials that we could possibly see if they're going to take Mother Allies in this matchup.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Mother Allies is also seed 2. That is something that we can't forget. So
Right.
it is, as you said, David and Goliath, the Celestials coming in here as the lower seed and really trying to establish that they are going to be more dominant here. And really show that they can and do deserve that the higher seeds that they didn't quite reach when coming into this tournament.
Right. It's interesting. Both teams, I think, have a lot to prove here. Mother Allies, they want to show that, yes, we are the second seed for a reason, right? We are coming in here a little bit stronger. They have expectations that I think are set on them, right? Expectations about how well they're going to perform. Whereas Celestials, they want to show that, hey, these numbers, these ranks, they don't mean everything, right? It's going to be the team cohesion, the team play potentially that could help carry them to a win. So lots of things for both of these teams to prove today.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, some little bit of information that we have actually seen on these players here is we can see what agents a lot of these people seem to prefer. So, for example, one person I really want to point out is London over on Mother's Allies. The only person on any of these teams that seems to prefer the Astra as well as that Viper play. So maybe we can see a little bit of Astra in here. She's not been quite so meta in the pro scenes for a while, but this isn't the pro scenes. This is where you can do whatever you want, and if it works, it works. So it's going to be interesting to see if we can see that pick. And you and I, of course, being the controller mains, will be able to get really nitty-gritty on the analysis.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. But it sounds like the teams are ready for map picks and bans. So let's go ahead and take a peek at that. Let's look at what they're thinking, where we may be going today. Now, it's going to be Breeze. It looks like that is banned first by Celestials. Is that banned first? That's got to be banned first, and that is surprising to me. Very surprising. And you talked a lot about this beforehand, so I'll let you elaborate a little bit as to why.
Yeah, absolutely. So I talked about this a lot because Breeze is actually my favorite map in the game, and we don't see a lot of the banning out Breeze that you would typically see from other things, but specifically Celestials have it down as their favorite map pick as a team. So really, as a team, they went, hey, this is our best map. It might possibly have been a way to mislead Mother Allies or other teams going up against them, say, hey, this is our best map, look at this, scrim on this map, and then they ban it out straight away. And immediately that might throw off Mother Allies, but it's thrown off me more than anything because I was expecting Celestials to want to go here. However, we are going to see a little bit of that going both ways here, as Mother Allies, I believe, is that Pearl on the second map that they have banned out as well, which is the Mother Allies top pick for maps once again.
Yeah, very, very interesting seeing this. And one thing I have to wonder is, these teams might not have been aware of which one was their best and worst, right? Because the stat sheet that you and I are working off of has been created by production, which is amazing, by the way. I just want to thank production again. They've just done such a fantastic job here today, and everybody on the staff beforehand. But they might not be aware that literally each of these teams banned the best map that they are, the map that they are best at as a group. We will be going to Ascent, as it turns out, and that is actually the third best map for Celestials, where it is the next to worst map for Mother Allies. So this plays into the underdog's favor just a little bit. I'm going to be now very, very excited to see how this plays out.
Just a little bit, and I am thinking that the teams here went for slightly different strategies when it comes to banning maps. Both of them banning out their best map, and I'm not 100% sure why on that. That is something I would like to find out if we get a chance to talk to these teams at some point. But then we see more of Mother Allies banning the better maps for Celestials rather than banning their own worst maps, which is something I personally would have gone for. And that means that they've left the Ascent open. And then we do see more of Celestials also banning the best maps from the side of Mother Allies. So what you really see is that Mother Allies is left with their worst map and seems to have just skipped over the fact that it's the third best for Celestials. It kind of feels like both teams just kind of had to settle for this map. I don't think either of these teams really wanted Ascent. But we are going to be able to see what these teams go for.
That we are, and we're gonna get to see what these players are going to pick in terms of their agents as well, how they are going to handle Ascent, how they are going to approach it. And look at this, already London Winter is picking the Astra. Love to see it. I haven't gotten to cast an Astra game in a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. We did call that before. London Winter seems to enjoy the Astra, and the controller coming out on the other side. We are going to see Omen, which typically, from the looks of it, seems to be a popular pick from Bill Nye. But instead, we're going to see it over on High Bro Dude, who also seems to like the Omen. So it was really up in the air which one of those two could have been playing it. But both teams so far looking for that solo controller, and the major difference here is that we're going to see the double initiator over on the side of Celestials, where Mother Allies is going to go for the double Sentinel. So how that's going to play out on this map is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, it really, really will be. And I love the double. I love the double initiator. Look, I think it's one of the most. I mean, it was in and out of meta. It's been a very, very popular pick. Relatively recently. Very curious to see how this goes up against the double Sentinel pick. And in particular, I find the KJ to be very, very strong on Ascent as well. So, I think if you're going to go double Sentinel, right, this is a pretty good matchup to do it. One notable absence I think that we should bring up is Chamber. No Chamber to be found on either side.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been a very meta pick, but not even just in the high ranks. In a lot of ranks, he's been very meta. I honestly think over on the side of Mother Allies, the reason they haven't gone for that Chamber, they have the double Sentinel. They're really trying to lock down the site. So you can just send the Killjoy off to one site, and she can lock it down entirely by herself.
Right.
And then you can send a lot of the rest of the team to the other site. So they're really playing more for when the sides switch and they're on the defense. And on the offense, they're going to rely more on the Sova and the Raze. So really, they have each player tailor-picked. But over on the side of the Celestials, it looks like they don't really have as much of that. They seem to be playing maybe a bit more for the retakes with the Fade and the Sky. Utility both coming out that can help them retake the site. So we might see a lot more on this first half of Celestials backing out, giving the site for free over to the side of Mother Allies.
Something interesting I just noticed that I think we both missed initially is that not only are we seeing a double initiator for Celestials, we're actually seeing double Sentinel there as well. The Cypher and the KJ.
Absolutely. Yeah, I completely missed that, but the double Sentinel, double Initiator, one controller. We see no duelist over on that side. In fact, the only duelist in the game is going to be the Raze, which is certainly going to give the attackers advantage for Mother Allied, but I think that actually gives a little bit more defensive prowess over to the side of Celestials. Now they can lock down the site like Mother Ally, except they also have that initiator for the retake, so really they're giving themselves more backup plans. I'm honestly, this is just a knee-jerk reaction, but I think Celestials might have the stronger composition here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know which way to put this in my head. It's going to be very interesting. And one thing that I'm going to be looking at, right, is Celestials. I think when we get to their attacking round, they're going to have a much easier time getting on site and holding site, right? So just because of all the utility they have. So I wonder if we're not going to see, a lower fragging game, something that's won more through strats and more through ability usage. This is going to be fascinating, Fox.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to see here a little bit of a mid push coming out from Mother Ally, and by a little bit, I mean most of the team is there, and we're now going to see the Rays rotate. They're going to go up catwalk though, so it seems like they're trying to put more pressure over to A. Truth is going to be playing a little bit further back, giving up the entirety of tree, and now we're going to see Mother Ally already on point. Truth finds Jocelyn with that grenade, but then Thing as well getting a pick onto Cat. Only one traded out in exchange, and Mother's Ally is looking like they have kind of crumbled a little bit at the start here.
Yeah, they have, but they've picked themselves back up, and they're deciding to try and push through mid now, but they've met Omen there. Hybro has stopped that push pretty effectively, and now they're trying to take it through B main. But they're going to meet the Cypher over there as well, so there's not an easy push, anywhere for them, considering CLS. Celestial still has 4 players up and online.
Oh, Cypher one way here though as well.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that Cypher one way. I like that a lot. Hyper are going to be able to get one. Now it's just down to London winners, but there's not too much they can do. And that's going to be the first round for Celestials.
Yeah, this is going to be the big challenge that Mother Allies has to face. If they get 1 or 2 picks against them, then they really have no attacking power going into the Celestials. But if they can find 1 or 2 picks, then that's really going to open up an entire site, because Celestials is going to be playing so much further back, relying so much more on that defensive utility, that once Mother Allies is past all of that utility, then they really just have all of the space for free.
Yeah, they do. And then when you get that much space, it just becomes, astronomically more difficult, I think, to push on the site and to make some kind of effective play. Lots of util coming out on B site already from both controllers. It's going to be a Hybro backing off now a little bit, giving a little bit of space, a little bit of room, throws in the Paranoia. It's not going to catch anybody out in too terrible a position, though. And the attacker is now flirting with the idea, I think, of rotating over towards that A site.
Yeah, and this might help them with what we were seeing a little bit of before. Most of the side of Celestials is going to be defending that B side, because you just have the Killjoy alone. And actually positioning for a mid-take, Mona here does spot out Cat, doesn't make a move. Lots of trigger discipline coming in here. Doesn't manage to get the pick, though. Mona taken out by Jocelyn, and now it's a 5v4 for Mother Allies.
Yeah, that was a crucial miss there, unfortunately, for Celestial. Jocelyn with a great pick right there, remembering to check that corner. And now the full rotation has come out onto A, but they're meeting a lot of resistance. The 4-3-3 now, though, but it's in Mother Allies' favor, and even though this is a save round for them, they're going to be able to get the plant off as well. So, impetus now on Celestials to retake this, and with both of them having such a defensive composition, I feel like I have to give the advantage to Mother Allies, even despite the gun disadvantage that they're working with.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with that early pick onto the Fade. Your main retake ability is taken away from Celestials, and we are going to see a trade coming out here, but then London finding the pick in favor of Mother Allies. Now it's all down to that Cypher.
Wow, Thane is going to be good for one. It's a 1v2 now. This is absolutely doable, but they're going to have to be quick about it. But this time, Butt Step Cat's shots are a little cleaner.
Yeah, so this is certainly going to be a very even matchup. I gave Celestials the advantage at the start, but I might be wrong here, as we're going to see the scoreline 1-1 after the second round.
Yeah, that's a pretty brutal loss for Celestials. When you win that first pistol round, and then you're going into the second one so confident, you've got the gun advantage. It should be an easy time for you. But when the other team pulls out a win like that, it takes the wind out of yourselves and out of the econ as well. I mean, Mother Allies looking great right now with their buys.
Yeah, absolutely. You might see Celestials a little bit winded after that attack, and actually the Fate's going to go down very early on. Mother Allies in a 5v4, and if they can get this site, once again, that retake ability is nowhere to be seen.
Exactly. Both of these teams, I feel like once the spike is planted, it's going to be very, very difficult for the other to make any kind of progress onto the site. Jocelyn with the opening pick onto Bill Nye. That's going to open things up tremendously for Mother Allies. Once again, they now try to get something done in heaven, but the Astra smoke is going to prevent them from being able to poke out with any kind of safety. The wall as well. Meaning they know exactly where everyone is coming from. That KJ turret as well, telling people where they are at. It's incredible. Mother Allies, they've got every single thing covered. There's just no way in for Celestial, but they have to make a move soon. It's going to be a high bro dude getting the first pick in favor of Celestials, but the spike is starting to beep a lot faster. They're going to have to make a move. They're going to have to make a push. Johnson able to get one. London Winners follows up with another, and that will be the second round for Mother Allies.
Yeah, absolutely. Once Celestials lost both of those initiators, the retake initiative was put onto that Omen, and Omen good for 1 or 2 picks in isolated fights, but going into a 3v5 as the front line really is not what that agent is built for. And now we're going to see 4th round coming in, and it looks like a bit of a force coming out from Celestials, and almost a full buy over on the side of Mother Allies. They might be saving up for an op on one of the next rounds coming up soon. But let's see a 3-0-2 positioning here coming out from Celestials on the defense. Is this something that you think we can expect for most of their rounds?
You know, I'm not sure. It depends on whether or not Mother Allies takes advantage of mid being so open, right? And it looks like they are going to push up it pretty quickly. We're going to see the lockdown come out as well for, I believe, the attacking squad. Yes. So now they're going to get a pretty decent push on the site. Mona is caught out by London Winters, able to get a trade, though, pushing out onto site. Spike should be planted with relative ease now that they've got control.
Standing.
Yeah, Mother Allies puts themselves back into a 4v1, make that 4v none as they manage to close out the round with minimal casualties. Really, the only pick that Celestials were able to find was Fade shooting Truth in the back. Sorry, shooting Jocelyn in the back. I got the wrong killjoy there. But that was traded out fairly early on, and since then it was basically a perfect round from the side of Mother Allies. But Celestials now, this might be your time to come back. If you don't buy now, when are you going to? You're down 1-3. You really need to start looking at it. If you let this go 1-4, 1-5, that's just going to snowball out of control for you.
Yeah, it certainly could be. I gotta say, I feel for Bill Nye and for Mona right there, because both of them got shut down by that wall right there with their utility. It's you hate to see it. One pick already in favor of Mother Ally as well. Was going to be Omen using From the Shadows, but finding out where the enemies are and teleporting back post-haste to make sure they're not picked out. It's going to be a push now onto A side, Fox.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to be doing a split push, 2 down main and 3 up mid. Celestial's really playing a bit slower, trying to limit the amount of picks, but Connie's going to find Fane now, and that's really going to open up the side. 5v3, and Omen's only just now rotated through Spawn. We're going to see a difficult fight. Bill Nye managed to find one, and then take it into a 3v4, but there's still one lurking in tree. I don't think anyone's going to check it. They're not.
Wow.
And that might be the key bit of
Spike planted.
It certainly could be. We're going to see one pick now in favor of Celestials, but Truth inverted, they've got a big job ahead of them. They're able to get one, but it's Connie finds them in the end.
Yeah, 3 kills for that raise there, but honestly, the Sage play, able to hide in tree, wait till the team runs away, then peek out. I think if that hadn't happened, if the picks were maybe traded out, then you might start to see Celestials getting more and more trades in their favor. So excellent play over on the side of Buttstep Cat on Mother Allies.
And now we're starting to reach that that kind of crucial point, I think, for Celestials that you were discussing a moment ago, right? When the scoreline gets to, you know, a 3 to 4 point differential, things can absolutely start to snowball out of control. So this is a pretty big round for them. This and the next one. They really need to put at least one win on the board, I think, to stay in this in a significant way. It's going to be a spike over on B site right now, but no push is being made quite yet. And in fact, the defense is pushing out pretty aggressively. Mona going to be found out by It's Connie. Mona's tried with those lurks a couple of times, just hasn't had any luck with them. So hopefully that turns around for them in the future. But at the moment, it's a 4v3, and once again, Mother Allies on top at the moment. Ooh.
Zane, though, in a very good position to get a nice flanking pick there. And Cat has a timing on Bill Nye, gets the pick, and forces Mother Allies into a 3v2. And this is not going to look so good for Celestials here, coming in with a Cypher on half health. But the Killjoy ult looks like it might be coming out, just giving Thane a little bit more time to get into position.
Ooh. But that dart finding them out means that Killjoy is likely going to hold on to that ult now. Don't want to spend that when you've got a 3v1 and a Sage Wall in front of you. And oh my gosh, Truth now knows exactly where Cat is, turns the corner, finds the kill, and gives a 5th round to Mother Allies.
Yeah, and it's important to note that these are best of one. So Celestials really needs to come back now. It's not a case of reset your mentality for the next map, because there won't be a next map. This is it, and you're down 5-1 in the scoreline. And right now, it is something you can still come back from. There is still the possibility of a 6-6 even scoreline at the half. But I think if you're Celestials, you're really looking for at least 3 rounds or more on your scoreboard before we get to the halftime.
Yeah, you certainly are. Being down by 4, definitely not a great position to be in, and so I think this timeout is very deserved, to give them a minute to kind of get their heads back on straight, maybe cool off some of the momentum that Mother Allies has, and come up with maybe some different strats coming into this next round, seeing if they can't take them by surprise, throw them something a little unexpected. They have 3 ultimates to use, but so does Mother Allies.
Yeah, absolutely. But if you do look at which ultimates they do have to use, I would say leaning slightly in favor of Celestials just for this round. That Killjoy ultimate is just so much more powerful than anything else we have. Possibly that Sova ult could come in to counteract it, but it's going to be certainly a difficult round for Mother Allies as we see a full buy coming out from both of these teams.
Yeah, this is going to be an exceptionally important round once again, and Bill Nye again getting shut down by the Great there on that wall. Hate to see it. It's going to be an early showstopper from It's Connie. That's going to create a lot of space and a lot of room. Several players moving back now. Molly going to be set off. Truth Inverted does find Joss, and trade comes in. So it's now a 4v4. We've got the wall up as well from Astra. So it's going to make things a little bit scarier, a little bit more difficult for this attacking squad.
Yeah, but both of these teams hit even in terms of players alive, 3-3. And now only down to 1 ult each. Like, that ultimate game evened out very quickly. And it's down to Celestials to retake all members of Mother Allies on site. And so it's going to be interesting to see how they go about this. Omen going up the catwalk. Thane manages to find the pick onto London. Now it's just 2 left alive in Boathouse. Thane traded out by Connie. And Cat manages to find Hi Bro Dude. It's only the Fade left alive, and not much longer on the Spike. Mona.
Ooh.
Looks like they're going to be going away for a save, giving Mother Allies another round here, but keeping their life.
Yeah. With just 2 HP, that was probably the right move to make there. Save the gun, especially considering you're the last player standing, right? Giving yourselves a little bit of an edge into the next round could be really important because, again, Celestials is in a really tough spot right now. They need to turn this train around. They almost did it there on that last round, so I hope maybe we can see them build off of some of that momentum. Even though it wasn't a round win, it was very close.
Yeah, they managed to find the picks before any of the really devastating ultimates on Celestials came out, and really that could have helped the defense. But on this round now, we're going to see 3 ultimates for Celestials versus the 1 for Mother Allies, and I think this might be the round to win. I said that last round, but you're 1-6, and now is the time, Celestials. Show us what you've got. Show us why you're here.
And I think an important thing is that if Mother Allies is able to get the plant down, right, Celestials has to make sure they take out Sova, right? Because Sova has the Hunter's Fury. That can be such a brutal post-plant utility, Brutal Post Plant Ultimate, and it can shut down a defuse instantly.
Yeah, and we're gonna see a very
and he's
quick
down.
round start for Celestials. Managing to find 2 picks on
Yeah,
this
and
A
with-
main and force that rotation away.
Where are you?
Yeah, they've done it without even expending any ultimates yet, and in fact have procced one more. So now Fade has their ultimate as well. Things are definitely looking up for Celestials here. Mother Alloy's gonna have to play this very carefully if they hope to keep this momentum.
Oh, and Thane with a very good position manages to find London. Is traded out in exchange, but you'll turn this into a 4-2 any day. That is something Thane can be very happy about. And Celestials looking good for the first time in a while. Killjoy now, the only member of Mother Allies alive, as High Bro Dude is going to find another coming in from mid. And the fight comes out, and High Bro Dude, the one to secure the rounds for Celestials.
Great round there from Celestials. They desperately needed that one. They've got 4 ults online, practically 5 as High Bro Dude is about to use theirs, or about to get theirs rather. And you know, it's good to see them win rounds without using their ultimates, but I want to see them use them and start to build them back, right? Because you know, if you're not using them, they're not getting value necessarily. There's some that you can kind of hold on to and make a threat of using, and that can have some value, but the real value is absolutely when you start using them. So I'd like to see them use a couple in this round to help secure the round win.
Yeah, absolutely. I would like to see Celestials get the round win as well, because as they did win that round, but Mother Allies is still able to full buy. The economy is still in favor of Mother Allies. Celestial still needs 1 or 2 more wins. Bill Nye's going to find Jocelyn, but Jocelyn traded out in exchange, and it looks like the res might come out from Cat, considering it here, and Mother Allies has the site.
Ooh, that's going to be a nice kill from Mona in hell, but they're
Spike
traded
down
out as
A.
Cat does find them on the Sova. The res does eventually come in, but it's not going to matter because High Bro Dude is going to be able to take out both players. Now it's just the Sova remaining for Mother's Allies, but look at this. Cat is going absolutely insane. 4 kills right now, 96 HP left. Gonna throw out the shock dart to see if they can push away Truth just a little bit. Now they're starting to push this corner as well. They know that they've got Truth on the run. Gonna send out that sonar as well. They've got an idea of exactly where they are. So
30
now
seconds left.
they're gonna have to do a lot to try and stay safe. But Cat still has to plant. They have 30 seconds though.
Spike planted.
Yeah, we are going to see Truth Inverted taking time. Do this slowly, and the fight goes, and Truth finds the pick.
Wow. Huge play there from Truth. Not only did they deny the ace, they denied the round. They will get the defuse, and Celestials will continue to have momentum, leading them into the second half of this first half.
Yeah, that is exactly what Celestials wants to see now. Getting a little bit more damage into the Mother Allies economy. If you look at London there, only 600 credits. But Cat, on the other hand, still feeling pretty confident after that 4-kill round. And now up 4,000 credits, even after buying. You feel pretty comfortable that you can get at least 1, maybe 2 more buy rounds out if you're Mother Allies. So Celestial still has a long way to go.
Yeah, they certainly do, but they've got 5 ultimates. They've been able to hold on to them again. So now, again, I would love to see them use them. 1 or 2 just to secure this round win. Trailblazers going to get a little bit of info. They now know that people are pushing up through B site. It's going to be Cat now taking an angle, but a lot of own fire coming through that wall. Nightmare going to come out. Fade's ultimate going to be expended to help them try and get out onto site. Bill Nye able to get a pick on the Cat, so that opens things up even more. High Bro Dude with one as well. It's going to be Mona now trying to dissuade the rest of Mother's Allies from pushing in, but in the meantime, it's Connie finds one in mid.
Yeah, we do see that pick come out, but it looks like Mother Allies is still looking to push up this B main. Sage spotted out by the Fade, and now they know that you're still here, and they can just relocate the entire team around this, have 1 strong defender in mid. Oh, I say that, but as I do, Truth Inverted is going to fall to London, and that's going to be the call to rotate from Mother Allies. They're in this 3-3 situation, and it looks like Celestials might get there before most of the team, but the plant might be able to come out.
Yeah, the plant should be able to come out before the rest of the defense gets there. They're on site, but not in really a position to do anything about the plant coming out. We are going to see the Cosmic Divide come out now. That's going to cut off heaven and hell. But the moment Bill Nye drops, Buttstep Cat is there to say no. Now Mona trying to peek out, seeing if they can find somebody. It's going to be London Winners lurking in hell once again, who gets the kill. Others allies doing a great job of holding down the site. And once again, with that Sage Wall there on the door, it practically shut down any hope that Celestial has of getting through here. And at this point, it's for them to try and get 3 picks and defuse, it's just not going to happen. And Hybro Dude is going to save.
Yeah, absolutely. That wall able to segregate the site, force one way in, one way out. And then the Astra ultimate coming out, making sure that nobody can peek, nobody can get trades. They just have to run into sight and hope for the best, especially when you have no flashes over on the side of Celestials, which is why you typically would have taken a character more like KO or Phoenix. But with that not being in this composition, that was a very strong ultimate coming out from the Astra. Basically, Mother Allies was able to segregate the entire site to their advantage and just take those 1v3s over and over and over again until they got rid of the entire Celestials defense.
Yeah, it was a beautiful ultimate. I really, really liked that Cosmic Divide coming out from London Winners. It set them up beautifully for that hold. Things starting off really well for Mother Allies. Early pick onto the Cypher. That's going to make them not need to cover their tail quite as much as they might otherwise.
And we are going to see a lot of utility coming out from the sky of Celestials here, but not finding much value is going to alert Celestials that most of Mother Allies is at that B site or on that side of the map. They're all going to relocate over here. Now we're going to see a slow push up mid. Connie checking the right-hand side, going to check the left, is going to find Truth. Almost traded out by Mona here, but Cal's going to get the pick, and now Mother Allies. That is the call once again. Go to A, because no one on Celestials is defending it right now.
No, nobody is. The closest player is Omen, and the Sky is still in Boathouse on B, so they've got quite a ways to traverse, and this spike is already starting to count down. London Winners, though, waiting for the lurk, waiting for Bill Nye to come out of Boathouse, rewarded with a kill. Now it's just up to Hybro Dude. A 1v5, you would love to see it, but the numbers are not in their favor, and it's Connie gets them on the flank.
Yeah, nice flank through tree and the rest of garden. Gets Connie right round in the back to get that final pick. But that was an amazing play from Mother Allies. They really took their time, and that seems to be where this team is at its strongest. And it wouldn't surprise me if that's the way that they try to continue to play in the second half, even on the defense. But before we get to that, we're in the last round of the half, 3-8 in the scoreline. Celestials trying to make it 4. Do you think that they can do it, Juggle God?
I think they can. I've seen some great things coming out from them. They have the KJ ult, they have the Cypher ult. They just, once again, have to watch out for this Thunder's Fury, which Silva's been holding on to, I think, waiting for Valorant 2 with it.
Spike down.
We are going to see a couple of picks traded out here. The team's getting maybe a little bit too zealous, too over-aggressive. Connie's ultimate not managing to find much. And Celestials is repositioned. They're all over on this A side. Remember, this is how they lost that side last time, but in reverse. They were all on B and lost A. Now they're all on A. And it looks like Mother Allies is repositioning to possibly take B through mid here.
They are, but notably Astra is still hanging out on Catwalk. Okay, no, now London is making the move over to B. We're gonna see the full rotation come out. Cypher, the closest one on the defense, now starting to move in that direction, as I imagine since they haven't heard a whole lot on A site, they recognize that it's most likely gonna be a B hit. Astra Stars are down. That's gonna be a nice vortex there, trying to pull in one of the players, but doesn't quite get them. Cat does find Bill Nye, though, in mid. Now Celestials just down to 2, but Mother Allies with only 3. Sage Wall gonna come up, but they're able to take care of it pretty quickly this time as they are in position. Thane able to get one, and now Cat comes out with the Hunter's Fury, seeing if they can pick somebody off in CT, but no avail. They do find Thane, but now they've just got 16 HP. The next few shots from them have to be absolutely perfect, or else they're going to go down very, very quickly. They
Yeah,
hit one
absolutely,
person.
but Cat and London here with a nice crossfire. Truth's ultimate coming out, but in the middle of the reload, London is going to find the last pick, and it's 9-3 at the half, and Juggle,
Switching sides.
I feel like we need to talk about this. Do you believe in curses?
I know, again, right? Again?
Yeah, again, because we are once again at the 9-3 situation. And in that show match at the start of tonight, we did see that the team on 9 were able to hold it out just barely, but the scoreline became so even. Do you think that's going to happen again here with Celestials moving on to that attacker's side?
I think it absolutely could. And the reason why is now, this is the side that I feel like Celestials is going to be best at, right? They've got the double initiator, and then they've got the double sentinel to hold down the site once they've got the plant. So as far as Utila is concerned and just things on paper, I really like what Celestials has going into this. Just whether or not they can convert it into a success is the question. Gonna see a quick rush out onto B site, but they're stopped momentarily by the Astra smoke. Shock Dart gonna get a little bit of damage in onto KJ as well. They actually take quite a bit. They're down to less than half. And in the meantime, though, Celestials does find its Connie and Cat. So now things are opening wide for the Celestial squad. Let's Step Cat gets in a little bit of damage, but not enough to get the pick. Dawson, though, does find one in the end to help try and equalize things. But the 2v4, and this is not looking great.
Yeah, the spike's gone down as it's gone to a 3v2 in favor of Celestials. And both members of Mother Allies coming in from the same side here. Celestials spreading themselves around the point, making as many crossfires as they can. If one person peeks, they all do. We are going to see London managing to find Bill Nye, but Thane getting in the trade in exchange. Jocelyn only knows about Thane and Boathouse, and it's going to be Truth who finds the pick onto Jocelyn. Well played from Celestials. A very clean round.
And thus the curse reaches in, grabs a hold of us, and takes us to a 9-4. It is absolutely looking like we might see the same thing as we had in the show match. As this next round, it again, in the absence of Strat Roulette as well, most likely going to go in favor of Celestials. But we did see them lose their bonus round earlier.
Placing sentry.
We did see that, and it could possibly happen again, but I feel like Celestials, throughout this one game, they have actually slowly improved as a team, or maybe it's just that they're reading Mother Allies better now that they've played a few rounds with them, and so it wouldn't surprise me if maybe they could secure this bonus.
It's entirely possible. Again, Mother Allies really taking their time with this A push, not making any noise at all. But despite that, we are going to see one of the smokes sent out from Astra. Putting another one just in case. Yep, looking for the pull. They're able to get it. The stun comes in as well. London Winners is good for 2. Beautiful Astra play right there. That's just what you like to see. The stun and the pull combining to great effect. Now, Mother Allies looking pretty good. They've got the advantage in the kill feed once again. He comes out onto Hybro Dude, unable to get anyone, and London Winners with their 3rd.
Yeah, a little bit of posturing here. 2 picks going in favor of Celestials. We're in the 2v2.
Oh, wow.
Make that 2v1 as Mona finds Jocelyn, and now London is going to back up the hero of this round. Already 3 picks deep. Can they find the 4? And make that an ace for London.
Wow! Beautiful play coming out from the Astro main, and I know I'm probably speaking for you as well. Love to see a controller get an ace like that. London Winners has really performed exceptionally well on this Astra, and I think it's shown that this agent still has a tremendous amount of value they can provide. And it's clear to me as well that London Winners really knows how to play Astra.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Typically we see these controllers leaning more in favor of the Viper, the Omen, and a little bit of Brimstone still. And I think that's possibly because those ones are seen as being more flexible. But clearly London Winters over on the Astra is telling us, no, Astra works just as well. But as we get into this next round, Mother Allies is going to find the first pick. And make that the second one as well, as Honey's going to get Truth, and this is really going to be where they want to start collapsing onto Celestials.
Some action
Jocelyn
going
trying-
down on mid, but Jocelyn able to pick out Thane. Mother Allies once again looking pretty good at the moment, and you know, it was the same thing we saw, right? Celestial, they lost their buy round, right? And Mother Allies able to come back in it and get an advantage in this one as well. Hybro Dude with just a little bit of health left now. Cat trying to get a little bit of info, finds Mona. Now it's just one bullet is all it's gonna take, and that's gonna be provided by Bud Stepcat.
Yeah, almost saw a nasty flick come out from Cat there, but still able to survive it. And the economy is going to be so far in favor of Mother Allies now. We do see a force coming out from Celestials with a couple of the weaker guns. We have London Winters with the Bulldog. Sorry, yeah, London Winters with the Bulldog and but Stepcat with the Ares. But the rest of the game is going to be playing on a full buy.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough to run into for sure. You see one Guardian in the mix, but oh my gosh, Hyper Dude with a beautiful headshot to start things out for Celestial. It's gonna be traded out though as Mona does fall, so some of that initiation potential is gone now, some of that entry potential. So it's all gonna be up to Lil Nye, who has positioned themselves in mid. Gonna throw out the Trailblazer, gets a little bit of info. They know that there's somebody hiding in that corner, but they're faster on the trigger, able to get one pick, but when they're swung on by three, there's not much they can do.
And we are going to see the Cypher ultimate coming out from Celestials here. They know where most of Mother Allies is, but London Winters doesn't care. Going to get the double kill. And now you just have one member of Celestials all the way by Pizza. And this is not going to look very good for Celestials. It's 11-4 right now, but you're probably thinking it's going to be 12, and Mother Allies
Oh, beautiful.
looking to close the game as soon as they can.
Hyper Dude uses the Paranoia X-Lane, but it's not going to be enough as London Winters again coming in huge for Mother's Allies.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I was just talking about. Mother's Allies now match point. All they need is this one round, and they're gonna be full heavy armor, full buy. They've got the operator on Cat, and now Celestials have to force every round if they want to stay in this, and they have to win at least 8 rounds in a row. And that's going to be a very difficult challenge for any team, never mind the Celestials that we've seen today.
Yeah, it certainly is. But they've got some tools. They've got a couple of ultimates that they can use. And here comes both of them. We're going to see From the Shadows and Fade's ultimate come out. But they have to deal with this Killjoy lockdown, which is going to keep them at bay. They even get one player detained as well. But is this a bait? Are they trying to bait them out, see if they can get a pick? But Stepcat able to get one pick. Jocelyn finds one as well with their Molly. Make that a second one for them as well. Mother's Allies down to 3 players, but it's just one for Celestials, and they've got just a sliver of health. Bill Nye pushing out. They found the Silva. Here comes the smoke as well. They turned their back, and London Winters with the final blow, the final kill to give Mother's Allies the win.
Yeah, and there we have it. Mother's Allies taking the match 13-4. And it was not good for Celestials fans. But if you're a Mother's Allies fans, you're going to be cheering in your seats right now. You're going to be celebrating all night long. You know that tomorrow you're probably going to be seeing Mother's Allies over in those playoff games. But both of those teams, they were very good. But Mother Allies really just showed a different level of dominance throughout the night.
They did, and that double sentinel worked out well for them in the end. They were able to pull out the win, so congratulations to them. But that's gonna do it for that game, but not for us in the booth. We've got more action coming your way. So once again, we're gonna throw it to about a 10-minute break, and take that back, we're gonna throw to a 3-minute break. We're gonna do this one fast. We want to get back into the action, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a flash.
the sound, back to the sound.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the action. The 3 minute break has led us not to the next match, actually, but to an interview, which we will have very shortly with London Winters, also known as Seasonal. So, very excited about that. But while we're waiting for to get them into the booth, let's talk a little bit again about this event as a whole. This is the Gaylorant charity gauntlet. It is a fundraiser for the Trevor Project. So we've had so many donations coming in. I'm looking at the little tracker at the top of the screen right now, and it's a little pixelated for me, but I think that says $829 of our $1,000 goal. So thank you all so much to everybody who has already donated. And if you're looking to donate, there should be a command in chat for that as well. It's either a Tiltify or donate. So try both of them. Let me know which one works.
Yeah, we need to know so that we can do it ourselves as well. Because I am yet to donate, but I was looking at everything the Trevor Project does, and it's going to be so fun to see how much money we can raise for them because they do so many great things. But
They
Juggle
really
God,
do.
the reason why we are here beyond that charity is for the Valorant, and we've been watching some really good Valorant so far. I enjoyed that last match maybe a little bit more than the show match. I don't know if that's the same for everyone, but I feel like that is a match that I could go back and rewatch the VOD, and it could actually be a really good learning experience because even if you take away all of the weapon advantages, the ability advantages, some of those fights were just won based on positioning alone. And I think that is one of the key things that is going to be very interesting to look at because typically we see the players that are doing better just have such better off angles and nothing else seems to matter as much. We see a little bit of the utility like with those super defensive compositions, but really the Valorant gameplay has been so much fun. It's going to be so great to analyze it, and I can't wait to get into even more of that.
Yeah, I can't wait either. And if you out there want to get in on the action, if you can't wait either, then be sure to join the Gaylorant Discord. Just type !Discord in chat. That'll get you an invite to the server. So we would love to have more people come into the server, support everything that they are doing here. And once again, would be remiss if I didn't thank Boom TV again. So big kudos to you for helping make this happen. You are one of the big reasons we could put this on today. So thank you so much to Boom TV. Let's get some thanks in chat to Boom TV as well.
Yeah, Juggle, amazing job thanking Boom TV there. But is there anyone else you want to thank? Anyone that's not currently here? Like, I don't know. You want to thank your favorite casters who would probably enjoy this sort of event, the people who've like taught you how to do your job well, anything like that?
Oh my gosh, you know what? Yeah, why not? Let's I want to. Okay, all right. I don't normally do this, but this is a great question. This is a really really good question. So thank you for that, Fox. I will thank a couple of the people who've kind of like helped me out on my journey as a caster. So the first people that I want to thank are going to be Boopasaurus, who is just he's like an OG caster, right? And just an amazingly friendly guy. He's the managing director of Monkey Bubble Reflash, which is an organization that does a lot of casting for Overwatch. Now, I would also like to thank Rich Rad as well. He's an Overwatch Contenders caster and kind of my unofficial mentor. I've done several gigs with him. He's given me a lot of help, a lot of feedback. So big thanks to you as well. And to honestly, I want to thank the Overwatch community, the Valorant community, the Rocket League community, the Roller Champions community. All of you have done amazing things to help support me in my time and growth as a caster. So thank you all, and thank you to the Gaylorant charity Gauntlet for bringing me in, and big thank you to Hail Monkey Man because he was the person who got me in here. He was the person who told me about this event right here, and will be one of your casters tomorrow as well. So wonderful guy, love working with him, and thank you so much for bringing me into this. How about you, Fox? Anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, just real quick before we go for another break, I want to give a shout out to a few people. So Lord Thethan easily made my casting experience better. He helped me for so long to become a better player. And then obviously I want to give a big thank you to Expired VL, the person who pointed me in the direction of the Gaylorant community. From over on Brawl League, he was like, "Hey, check this out! They're doing some Valorant for you." And then a big thank you to my mum, who is watching right now. That may or may not have been why I led with this question for you, but for the meantime, we are going to have to say goodbye to you guys just for a few minutes. While we go on another break, we are having some technical issues that we need to resolve here, so we will see you guys very soon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the action. If you're just joining us once again, I am Warren Jungle Guy Hammond. To my right, left to my left, your right is Fox. How are you doing after the break? Get some water. Take a
Oh,
stretch.
I fully forgot to get water,
Oh,
you know.
no.
I might have to do that in the next break. Stay hydrated, everyone. Unlike me, I've fully finished my bottle. It is completely empty, as you can see here. But no, I went straight downstairs and fully forgot to take the bottle with me. But what's gonna keep me awake and alive for today is gonna be the fact that we have another interesting game coming up.
Oh, yes.
I feel like
Yeah.
that's a good way to segue, isn't it?
It is absolutely. We're gonna be headed down to Group D this time. We're gonna be checking out Zol's and the Noble Gang of Goblins. So couple more interesting teams. Does anything stick out to you about this matchup just yet? This is the number 1 seed in Zol's going up against the number 2 seed in that D group.
Yeah, so that's going to be something slightly different that we have here. Whereas in the last one, we were looking at seed 2 and 3 for the group. Now we're looking at seed 1 and 2. We don't have CLX, who would be the seed 3. Instead, we've got Zols. I was looking for these teams, and there's not a lot of major things that I can see that really distinguishes to me who I can start rooting for, who I can say might come out on top. I can't really say, hey, check this team out, focus on this team, because they both seem very evenly spread out. They both have at least 1 plat and at least 1 iron on their team. The average ranks of both of them seem to be about even. The maps that both teams enjoy, the top 3 of both teams contain Fracture and Bind. The only difference is that Noble Gang of Goblins likes Pearl and Zor's likes Icebox, so that might be something we have to think about later, but really a lot of the stuff to do with both of these teams is going to be very similar, and I think possibly is going to lead to a more even matchup. I know I said that about the last ones, but that went a little bit further toward Mother Allies. I'm hoping to see a game that maybe gets to that 13-11 mark, or maybe even some overtime if we're lucky. But the more Valorant we get to watch, the better, I say.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Now, let's take a look at the standings real quick, right? Because it wasn't just that last game we had. We've had several that have happened. So, taking a look down Group A, we're going to do our best as well to cue you in on these. There's a lot of acronyms here, right? So, that's going to be Team 7 right now in the number 1 spot for Group A. Luminar hasn't had a chance to play yet. SW Swarm 7 down in 3rd place. Group B, we've got SMC, which is Scissor Micropachycephalosaurus. Haha, I got it. They're in the top spot right now, followed by Tor's Smite and One Tap on the bottom. Of course, Group C is what we just saw. That's Mother Allies on top, with Celestials down at the bottom, and mistakes were made in the middle. They still have yet to play. And after that first game in Group D, we've got the Noble Gang of Goblins on top, actually. This will be their first match played, so it'll be up to them to see whether or not they can topple the number 1 team now in their group.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are going to continue seeing this. It is interesting seeing that Noble Gang of Goblins did take down CLX, who obviously Noble Gang of Goblins were the higher seed. So that was expected. So now coming up against Zols, this is going to be much more of a challenge, and it's probably going to say whether or not the seeding was really as we should expect these games to go. This is the deciding factor. Before went standard, and if this continues to go standard, TNGG will be 1-1, but if they can do another upset, then they're going to storm ahead of the rest of their group throughout this stage.
Yeah, they certainly will, and that's going to set them up beautifully for the bracket tomorrow. But now, let's take a look at the map picks and bans. Let's get an idea of where these 2 teams want to go, where we think they might be headed. And first out the gate is Breeze again. I am so sorry, Fox. People just are not a fan of Breeze today.
It is my favorite map. I don't know if that's because I can just play wow, I was trying to say quick and fast at the same time. And clearly I said that too quickly, but I can play fast on Breeze and I seem to quite enjoy that, but not these teams don't. And it was down as their lower maps for both of these teams. And then we are going to see the bind ban coming out. So it's actually Zol's banning their favorite map again, so I don't know why the teams are doing this, but then the bans are going to continue, and we are going to end up on the Haven, which is actually the 4th pick, literally middle of the pack for both of these teams. So this is going to be another situation of these teams didn't really want this map, but they kind of settled for it. And it's going to work out in our favor because I think Haven gives us some of the most interesting gameplay to watch.
Oh yeah, I love watching Haven. I think it's a great map too. You know, it's got the 3 spike sites, but let's be honest, it's really just 2.5 because hardly anybody goes B, and you typically only see it a couple times in a game. Now, the Noble Gang of Goblins, they've got I think a tough ask ahead of them, right? Because they've got rather a lot of expectations behind them after having taken that first win. So
yeah,
gonna be curious to see whether or not they can take it to Zol's or not. And you know, something important I think we should consider as well is the fact that the Noble Gang of Goblins, they're coming out of this warmed up, right? They've already had a game. They've got one under their belt. They're ready to go. Zol's, they've just been sitting there, right? Yes, they're going to be fresh, but are they going to be warm is the question.
Yeah, absolutely. I think an important thing to note, though, is that throughout the group stage as a whole, Noble Gang of Goblins, if they win this, there is no way anyone else in their group can overtake them. So this is a very important match for them, whereas Zol's, if they win, then it's potential to all be tied up within the group. We are going to head into the game now, though, to decide, and immediately we're going to start seeing some of these picks coming out, and Juggle, I'm going to let you decipher what the first picks of these are going to mean for us.
Decipher? Was that a play on words right there? Because
they have been.
The first thing I noticed was we've got 2 ciphers again. I feel like we've seen Cypher being played so much more recently, today, especially so. And in fact, we've got Strawberry Milk coming out on the Astra as well. So, a lot of picks that I don't feel like are that typical, but are making themselves known today, making a showing today. Of course, Astra is great on this map because she can hold down all 3 sites. Or at least she can smoke all 3 sites, right? From wherever she is.
Yes, she can, absolutely. And so we are going to see this Cypher mirror match. We're also going to see the Reyna mirror match coming out as well. And then we have the Raze, Astra, and the Sky coming out from the side of Noble Gang of Goblins. And then over on Zol's, they've gone for the Brimstone instead of that Astra. So a little bit more local, but perhaps more set plays. If they've been doing a lot of scrimming, they might have some of those built up. And then they've got the Sage as well, which is going to be really good for that defensive utility, but also to prevent the retakes and really slow down, especially on the A and C site, where you can basically force the defending team into only one entrance for their retakes.
Oops, I am so sorry. I was muted right there. One of the things that I love to see as well is the fact that both of these teams, right, they've already got the synergy. Before we even load into the map, they've got their player cards organized. Each of these teams does. So you love to see it.
You gave me a little panic there, Joker. I'll be honest.
I'm so sorry.
I'm from the UK. You could see just the server that the game's running on is US. We have a lot of people from across the Atlantic in these games. So I thought that was my internet bugging out. And
No, it was
I just
me.
couldn't hear you. Okay, so everyone blame Juggle God for that awkward silence.
Yep, I'll take full credit for it. I'll own it.
But now that we're actually in the game, we're going to see the Noble Gang of Goblins on the defense, Zol's on the offense, and I really think that this is probably the more interesting way to see these teams start off. That double Sentinel over on the side of Zols is not going to be fun to play against when they're on defense.
No, it's certainly not. It's going to be tough too once they've got the spike planted. And in fact, I just want to say I really, really like the composition that we're seeing from Zols as well. But now that Brim is out of the mix, things are going to be a lot harder pushing onto site. They're not going to have the cover of those smokes that they likely really want. So it's going to be up to Fade in a much bigger way. At least it was. Fade taken out actually from the Goblins. Zols with just 2 players left now. 2v2 actually.
Yeah, and with this aggression coming out from TNGG, you might start to think, if you're the Zols, that all the players are going to be in front of you, and Pretty Cowboy's going to use it to do some damage. Not going to find the pick, but Strawberry Milk is going to find that for TNGG, going to use that to reposition, push up, and now that's going to force Zols to back away. Stargirl running all the way down to C, and it's going to be quite difficult here for Zols to hold on to this. Stargirl has no idea where TNGG is going to be coming from.
No, they really, really don't. The spike will be planted fairly easily, though, because they were able to just book it to the entire other side of the map. Whereas Strawberry Milk had to take it pretty slowly to make sure that they weren't overshooting where they might be. But now, it's just this wall in between. We're going to hear the util come out. They run behind him, and it's going to be Stargirl who gets the win and gives Zols 1 point on the board.
Yeah, I would argue this might be overly critical, but I think that was a misplay from Strawberry Milk. I think that in tapping that spike, you've just revealed the position. The biggest advantage that Strawberry Milk had in that fight was the fact that Stargirl didn't know where they were. And so tapping that spike means that suddenly Stargirl knows where you are, but Strawberry Milk didn't know precisely where Stargirl was, and that's the reason that fight got lost. But up until that moment, very well played from both teams, and a very even fight coming down to the 1v1 in just the first round.
Yeah, this is, I think, going to be a great match to watch here. We're going to see the push up towards B, actually, a little bit unusual. Stargirl, though, going to be able to take 1 pick right off the bat. That is a second as they turn the corner. Spike will be planted by Audrey. And now, things get even more difficult for the Goblins.
Ooh, we're going to see Syntax running in here with the knife, but it's going to be the nade there that finds Luzon. Stargirl going to get Shera, and that's just Syntax left alive. Possibly looking for 1 or 2 picks, maybe even the full clutch, but it's Adri who finds the final pick. Zol's up 2-0 in the series, and both these teams looking like they have a very strong presence on the map. They know what they're doing very well, but perhaps just a couple of misplays, a couple of slight issues in the way that they're taking fights has led TNGG to fall a little bit behind.
Yeah, but fortunately for them, they're going to have a bye now. They're going to have the gun advantage coming into this round. We will see 1 Spectre, though, on the Pretty Cowboy. Unsure if perhaps they bought that previous round. Could be the Trailblazer taken out. We're going to see the Guiding Light now sent out as well. But nobody pushing down A main just yet. Grim Smokes do come out, signaling that a push is likely to come out here, but perhaps throwing all that util is just a way to throw them off the scent, throw them off the trail.
I will say, just look at this position that Syntax has. The Rainer over on the side of Zols hasn't even checked this angle yet, and they're going to swing out. Syntax is going to find the first pick, and this might be the start of a harsh defense. 2 more picks for Shera, and now Zols is looking in a rough situation. Woodrow's going to find Red Eyes Banana. It's just Stargirl once again left behind, but this time you're in the 1v5. The rest of TNGG is going to collapse. Syntax is going to go down, and Woodrow manages to find the pick. TNGG coming back from their first bye round.
Stargirl almost had that. They got the swing on the first player, and the second one was pretty close, but it was Woodrow just a little bit faster on the trigger there. Leading into this round, we've got 1 ultimate now on the board and a couple ready to follow for both teams. So this could be a very exciting round coming forward, especially considering that both teams are going to have a pretty good econ.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the first true buy, as we would often say. Maybe a little bit of a force for some players over on the Spectres, and we saw a shorty coming out for one of them. But this is going to be where we really see which one of these teams is going to stand out for most of the rest of the match. A little bit of utility being thrown out in Garden here from the side of Zols, but the rest of the team trying to push up C long. Really going for this split. We're going to see Woodrow come out, manages to find Luzon and backs away. That's a safe free hit coming out for TNGG.
But it will be equalized down C long as the pick comes in. But it's only going to be equalized for a moment. Shara is throwing out the Seekers now. They're going to follow them and see if they can find any of the players that's sneaking up behind them. Stargirl taking Woodrow out of the equation as well. Going to make things even for just a moment. Just one more player, and oh, look at that. A beautiful page cell to finish out the round.
Yeah, TNGG really opening that round exactly how they want to, getting one pick, back away, and get to safety, and then no harm can come to you. Obviously, another pick in a different part of the map, not really something that Woodrow could help, but it was a bit unfortunate, but they were still able to get the trades from Shera, and then that sort of just equalized out the round and really helped the rest of TNGG snowball throughout.
Yeah, it certainly did. And now we're at a 2-2 point. I have a feeling this we're gonna see a pretty close matchup here for the rest of this game. Lots of util thrown out right off the bat. We're gonna get a very quick push onto A side coming through sewers primarily as well. She-Ra takes out Luzon. So things looking a little bit good for them. Syntax with a great showstopper as well to get a pick. And the Noble Goblin game looking fantastic on this defense. Just one player remaining. Atri, though, gonna be good for two. Takes things down. Make it 325 HP left. Can they get these final two players? One of them coming from CT, the other towards spawn. Pretty Cowboy about to peek. They're taking out Atri. Are they going to be able to do the impossible? You know right where the last player is. Can they get the kill? It's going to be Strawberry Milk to clutch it out in the end for the Noble Goblin gang. But what a showing from Atri.
Yeah, that was such a good round from TNGG, followed by such a good round from Adri. And then the round capped off with Strawberry Milk with one final pick. The only problem Zols had was that Adri didn't know where Strawberry Milk was, thought that the flank was coming in, but just a slightly bad read, honestly. To find the errors in these teams' play is so nitpicky. They are such flawless players at the moment. And all members of both teams really showing off that they are capable and should be here for a reason.
Oh yeah, they really, really are. This is an exciting matchup to say the least. Gonna see a quick push up through Garage. Seaside hit likely coming out momentarily, but we've got the smokes up obscuring vision at least through this initial hallway. Audrey gonna be good for one. Syntax now seeing if they can find another. They use the satchel to try and get in. Now they're gonna back off a little bit, give a little bit of room, reposition.
Yeah, but they just gave so much space to She-Ra throughout the entire map. They know that not a single member of Zols is over on that A side, and they can really prepare for this C hit. It looks like they're prepping more for a retake. Only Pretty Cowboy on the side manages to find one. Good for two now. Pretty Cowboy backed in a corner. Stargirl managed to find that pick, and it's equalized 3-3.
Yeah, despite going down there, just being able to equalize the kill feed is huge. Now Saul's left with just one, and not even that for very long. That's going to be another round for the Noble Goblin gang.
Yeah, and as we said before, this is the underdog team. They are the lowest seed. They have an ever so slightly lower rank, but honestly, it's practically even. This is the most even we've seen the scoreboard for any team since it was 0-0. And I think that is the best type of Valorant that we can watch. This might be a map where we go into overtime.
Oh yeah, it easily could be. But we're gonna have to see Zols kind of pick it up here, I think. And unfortunately, they don't really have the buy to do that this round. So I think the most likely scenario we're gonna see is the Noble Goblins taking another. I think we're gonna head to 5-2, but after that, Zols I think has an excellent opportunity to bring it back with their next buy. But Woodrow going to be able to take one out on the defense already. Luzon nowhere to be found. It's going to be a Lear coming out as well. That pushes them back. Now we've got the Seekers coming out, but stopped momentarily by the Cypher util. Audrey finds another in Woodrow.
Yeah, Woodrow being taken down here is actually really good for the Zols. The only plat player on the Noble Goblin Gang not being present might be enough to get into the heads of TNGG and potentially give Zols a round here. Now going to reposition, go towards that C. Long, no players of TNG here. Tripwire is gonna spot them out, but I don't think there's enough time for TNGG to rotate into this.
No, there's definitely not. Sky and Cypher are both pretty far away, and oh my gosh, Audrey able to pick off Cypher as they're rotating. Now it's just up to Shira. Let's see what they can do. They're gonna be able to take out one. That is Cypher gone. Smoke's gonna come out. They know that they're down C long, but just gonna be one player left. Can they do the impossible? We're gonna hear the orbital strike come in. Audrey gets them off the spike for just a moment. They're gonna have to work pretty hard to get this final pick, and that's gonna be Audrey clutching it out for Zols.
Yeah, an amazing comeback from the Zols. This is exactly what they needed. Able to get that Vandal off of TNGG, now giving themselves an equal buy opportunity, and this might be the time for the comeback. If we go to 4-4 after this, then Zols might be able to start snowballing in their favor. This is really anyone's game to lose, but I just want to take a moment to talk about how well Shira did there. Like, that last round was almost completely lost in a 3v1, and managing to pull back 2 picks, almost get the third.
Yeah.
That was really well played. So credit where it's due.
You know, that's been, I feel like part of the story of this game in general, right? Is a lot of players have come close to like clutching out a round in a really big way, but just haven't quite been able to at the end there. So I'm excited for when we do see those clutches come in, right? That's just going to be incredible. But start things off, we've already got a pick in favor of the Noble Goblin Gang, and we're seeing a pretty big rotation out towards the A site now as well. Maybe B.
Yeah, we do see this, but the Noble Goblin Gang position much more towards the C side of the map, so this could work very well in favor of Zols. They do have that Reyna hidden away in short for the moment. That might be good for a couple of picks. But Zols going down main. Woodrow does find Red Ice Banana, and that's going to force the Zols to back off. Now it's hard to decipher where the best place to attack, and they're just going to run it down B main.
Yeah, and that might actually be their best option, considering that they had at least one player lurking in spawn. Syntax gonna be good for 2. Just Reyna left standing for Zols, and they are in a tough spot. They have to know roughly where they are as well, because of the hate shell that Syntax threw. We're to see them jump out to the side and get the pick.
Yeah, this is starting to look a little bit rough for Zols, but it's nothing that we haven't all come back from before in our ranked games. It is interesting to see which players are sort of at the top of these leaderboards. You have Syntax, who is down as being Silver 2, bear in mind, over at the top of TNGG, and then at the top of Zols we have Audrey, who is down as being Plat 2. Like, that is the discrepancy we have going on here. Even the Pretty Cowboy is Iron 3, but still holding themselves well throughout most of the round, despite the scoreboard not really showing that. So these teams are a lot better than their ranks would have you believe.
They certainly are, and what I've been really impressed by as well is the synergy, right? These players are really playing off of each other very well, using each other's util to their advantage. Gonna see a push come out onto B once again. Gonna be a lot of space covered and taken up, but Woodrow in the window, able to take Audrey out of the equation. Syntax following up with a couple before they are removed. That's gonna be the Trailblazer stunning the guiding light as well. There's not much Stargirl can do, and Shira gets the pick.
Spike is here.
Yeah, now feeling a little bit less comfortable. Zols, I've been saying that they can come back. We've been saying about how good both of these teams are, but TNGG is starting to walk away with it. And remember, if they win this, they're going to be up 2-0 in their group, and everyone else in their group is going to be down 0-1. which means if even Zols or CLX wins their next match, if Noble Gang of Goblins wins this one, then they're just gonna win the group stage outright.
Yeah, they absolutely are, and that'll give them such great positioning in that tournament bracket that we're gonna see tomorrow.
Camera taken out. Cage
Ooh.
triggered.
It's gonna be a push coming out towards mid again. Zoss really likes to favor this B site. They seem to be trying to push it pretty hard here in this game, but they've got a couple of people securing side as well that they're gonna have to get through, so this is gonna be pretty tough. Gonna send out the Lear. They find a couple. They're gonna be able to take Cypher out. Can they get the next one? No, they're gonna be traded out, but in the meantime, Woodrow finds one as well. The spike will go down, but it's just gonna be kept in that corner for the moment until they decide exactly where they want to push.
And a few very swift consecutive picks coming out for TNGG. It's going to stop that push in its path. And I really wanted to talk about what you said about Zols really preferring this B push. And one of the big reasons I think that is the case is because you do have that garage off to the left, and then from there you can potentially reposition around to C, and you can use the window as a quick escape to reposition A. B is just a solid place to start posturing the round. I think the problem Zols is having is they're committing a lot without getting a lot of value out for it. And now they are going to be put in a forced position, going against an op down C long. And once you know that's there, immediately they've repositioned, trying to push in garden now. Actually make that an A rotation here.
Yeah, they're going to go all the way to the other side of the map, but they're still going to be met with a couple of agents, notably Astra and Cypher. So this is going to be a tough site to push onto, given how much defensive utility they both have. It's going to, I think, be a lot up to this Reyna, so we're going to have to see how Soka pushes out onto point if they can get anything with this Lear. But no, they're stopped. They're going to be stunned. And in the meantime, Sage is left out to dry, being taken out by that showstopper. And the Page Shells. Shira now rotating around through spawn as well to see if they can get anybody on A long. They've started to fire a couple shots. They're going to be good for one. Audrey has found 4 at this point, so once again, they're going to be the player to take out.
Spike planted.
Yeah, this might be a really tough retake for Shira, coming in with the Operator, a notoriously difficult weapon to retake with, and you're in the 1v2, and they're creating a very strong crossfire here, but they don't know which way Shira's going to be attacking from. Will it be long or short? That is the only advantage Shira has right now, and they need to be quick about getting these picks.
Yeah, they absolutely do. They're going to turn the corner and find one on Stargirl. They're going to fake the defuse, but they're looking the wrong way. They thought Audrey was going to be down long, but no. They were right behind them.
Round in the half.
Sitting in that little hell position, Audrey able to clutch out the round. And this is what Zols needs now. I've been saying they can come back, and that was the round to do it. Now you're looking at the economy. Both teams practically full buy, but over on the side of TNGG, they do have the Operator, and that is such a powerful defensive tool that we might see it going 8-4 here. But this is the last round and a half. This is really the place where we get to see a little inkling of what the second half is going to look like.
Yeah, that we do. We're likely to see all of these ultimates expended in rapid succession as well. It's going to be Woodrow using the Empress. Try and gain a little bit of advantage in here, but the Noble Goblin Gang already up by, well, take that back, just up by 1 as Audrey has been able to find a pick. They almost get a second one, but the Seekers are going to be preventing them from doing just that. Woodrow swings and gets the pick instead. That's going to be a 4K for them. Can they make it 5? Not quite as Red Eyes Bananas there, but despite all that, the win still goes to the Noble Goblin Gang.
Switching sides.
Yeah, 8-4 at the half now, and I don't need to ask you anymore, Jungle God. We do not have a curse coming in. No 9-3 scoreline. Maybe TNGG feeling a bit better about themselves, but so far that 9-3 curse hasn't come through. Maybe it's the 8-4 curse. Maybe this is what Zols needs.
Yeah, you know what? It's 2022, new day, new age, new curse. Who knows? We'll have to see. I gotta feel I feel like this is pretty rough for Zols because Haven is an attacker-sided map, right? So you're expecting to do a little bit better there than you will on defense, just as a general rule. So, given that they were only able to get 4 rounds on their attacking side, this is, I think, heavily in favor of the Noble Goblin gang now.
Now you say that, and I say in response, they have double Sentinel here, which is
Ooh.
typically a more defensive composition. So Zol's possibly going to be able to put up a strong defense. However, on the opposite side, Noble Goblin Gang has a more offensive composition. So both teams should really be stronger on this half. Noble Goblin Gang, though, able to come up, take C-Site for free, and then Woodrow in the garage is going to find out Red Eyes Banana, and that's going to be the opening pick of the round. Going to get Audrey from CT as well, and the rest of Zol's is all the way over on A-Side. They thought that's where the attack was coming in, and the spike's planted before they can even get halfway across the map.
Yeah, this is a tough position for Zols to be in at this point, the Noble Goblin Gang. They've got sight, they've got the picks, they've got just about every advantage you could possibly want. And Syntax was able to take out Luzon, who just stayed a little bit too close to those paint shells. So, Noble Goblin Gang, they've only got to last a couple more seconds as this spike is starting to tick a little bit faster. Sokka looking for an opportunity but doesn't find it. That's going to be Stargirl finding Astra, running the other way with the knife. Can they get another pick? They're going to be good for one, but not enough. And the Noble Goblin Gang will take it to 10.
Yeah, Woodrow able to secure that round with 3 picks. And Noble Goblin Gang, they do have the offensive composition. Double duelist, 1 initiator, 1 controller, and it is the Astra, which is arguably a more aggressive controller than, let's say, the Brimstone that Adri has. So TNGG really putting up the fight that they deserve, but Zol's not showing why they are the seed 1 right now, and this might be the giant falling.
It certainly could be, because right now the Noble Goblin Gang looking very, very in control of this map, of this match in general. So, gonna be another push on A site. Sokka tries to find one, able to get it. Woodrow, though, is going to equalize in the kill feed and find Sokka as well. So, now things aren't looking too great for Zols once again. The spike will be planted as well.
Oh, but TNGG managed to find Audrey as well, just making the situation even worse, adding salt to the wound. There's not a lot the Zols can do here, but yeah, they have Red Eyes on side. Gonna get taken down by Woodrow, though. Woodrow gonna find the 4th on Luzon. TNGG 10-4 now. And this is where it's looking a bit devastated. They only need 3 more rounds to win. And I don't think that Zols can still buy yet. This might go to match point very quickly.
Yeah, it certainly could. Things could snowball out of control very, very quickly for Zols right here. So they're going to need to dig deep, find something big, come back in this matchup. Otherwise, yeah, they're going to... this is going to be over fast in favor of the Noble Goblin Gang.
The hunt begins.
Push coming out on the C site.
Okay.
Syntax gonna try and clear the way a little bit, but that's also gonna alert the defenders to at least position of 1 character. Woodrow pops the Empress, gets 1 kill right off the bat. Again, gonna throw out the leer, see if anybody is sticking behind the site. Doesn't find anybody at the moment. Cypher throws out the cage right at the perfect moment to stay hidden. Woodrow does find Audrey in the back line, and now we've got the rest of the players from ZLS starting to push from mid, from B, from garage.
Yeah, you do actually see Shira there taking up the garage space, but not in time to really get much out of it because the picks already came in. Pretty Cowboy finding Luzon, and it's just Red Eyes Banana, and they know exactly where they are. And this is going to be it. We're at 11-4, and it hasn't stopped snowballing for TNGG's favor in such a long time. Zols, now is the time to kick it into gear. Every member of the team has almost 3,000 credits. If you don't buy now, you're going to be forced into a match point situation for the rest of the game. Oof. And this is it. This is your tournament spot, because if TNGG takes this, like I've said, they're going to take the entire group stage.
Yeah, this is definitely getting to desperate status for Zols right now. They're not going to go with a full buy this time. They're going to save. And I like this move, right? Because if they were to invest into this round and then lose, that would just be absolutely devastating for that 12 point, for that match point round. But TNGG gonna be taken down first. It's now a 4v3 in favor of them. The spike will get planted. So now they've got an opportunity to start setting up for post plant, seeing if they can just keep this site under their control. Look at this, all of the defenders clustered together in this elbow coming from B.
Yeah, and TNGG did see a couple of members of Zor's back there, so they know to put a little bit more presence here, but they're leaving it all up to Pretty Cowboy. The other two coming back in now. Confident that the flank is not coming in. We're going to see the push coming out. Pretty Cowboy fans lose on the Stargirl's going to fall now as well. It's Red Eyes Banana alone, and they're going to fall. TNGG going to match point on Haven.
Point.
12-4 is the scoreline. Zals desperately needs to come back here. They need some hero plays, and they need them now. And they need them for the rest of this match. They've got a long road ahead of them if they want to come back in this game. TNGG looking to put it away right here, right now, and they've got the guns and the econ to do it.
Yeah, I will say it is going to be fun throughout tomorrow if we end up having to say the Noble Gang of Goblins all throughout the day. Zols, an interesting team, but perhaps not as interesting of a name. Maybe that's the reason. I doubt it. But we are going to see here TNGG, a rapid mid-push, is going to find Luzon early on, and that is the site for TNGG. Yeah,
that certainly is. They're going to be able to plant with impunity here. And now just 3 members left on the defending squad. It's going to be Cypher coming up through B main. Just them and Brim left at this point. Red Eyes Banana gets spotted out as well on the Cypher. So now it's going to come down to their gunplay. It's going to come down to how well they can aim their shots. And unfortunately, Woodrow gets the better of them. It's going to be Audrey, though, coming in with a pair. They've got 3 more to take care of, though. If they're going to stay in this, it's going to have to be an ace. They're getting the smokes ready. We're going to see the Cosmic Divide come out as well to see if they can clutch out this round. And that's going to be She-Ra for the final kill, giving the Noble Goblin Gang the game.
Yeah, there we have it. The Noble Gang of Goblins coming out with as the winners. And really, I will say, a bit of an upset. They've taken both of their maps. As I keep saying, they're just dominating their group. And that match wasn't even close. It was a complete demolition of Zol's. Complete embarrassment. You could almost see it in that final round. They were so emotionally devastated. They couldn't even try to come back. But that is the case, and Noble Gang of Goblins are going to be very proud of themselves for taking a second win in the day. And really, that is just something you have to pat yourself on the back on and say, yeah, we were just better. We just know what we're doing.
Absolutely. And, you know, the game started out very even, but at some point it really seemed like the Noble Gang of Goblins just downloaded Zals, right? And they figured them out. And from then on, it was basically all over. But we're going to throw it to a quick break, 3 minutes once again. We're going to try and get this interview in this time. Hopefully we don't have tech issues this time around, because we'd love to chat with one of the players from that last game. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Tell me how you really feel. Oh yeah. Tell me how you really feel. 'Cause I don't mind. No, I don't mind. Tell me how you really feel. Oh yeah. Tell me how you really feel. Oh yeah. Tell me how you really feel. 'Cause I don't mind. No, I don't mind. Let's go bounce.
We interviewing.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. We are here for an interview. I think we've got things sorted out as far as tech is concerned. Yes, we do. We've got somebody in here for the interview. Hello, welcome, and congratulations.
How to do
An
there.
Excellent
I-
hat. Hold on.
Wait, you
I
got a
think
cowboy
we can
hat?
tell exactly who this is.
Hold on. There we go.
Oh, hell yeah. That's good. That's some good shit right there.
Oh no, because I actually have a top hat, and I think that'd be perfect for the characterization of us three.
that would be amazing. I love, by the way, how the pretty cowboy, how you have your cowboy hat just sitting on top of your headset as well, like it's rocking back and forth a little bit, which is really
Yeah.
really funny. I love it. Well, first off, congratulations to you. Excellent gameplay today. Now, remind me, who were you playing today in that last game? Were you the Sky?
I was a cipher.
You were the Cypher. That's right. You had some excellent plays as well. Yeah. So,
Thank you.
yeah, you bet. Now, the one thing I wanted to know, coming into this match, right? You were fresh off a win over CLX. Do you feel like having that time to kind of like warm up, right, with that game helped you to be able to come in and show such a dominant performance over Zalz, who was the first, who was the top seed in your group?
I'm pretty sure that would be our player Woodrow, possibly. I'm not quite sure though. But yeah, we definitely were intimidated the first game. Like we were like close to not winning that one. And then we won somehow and we're like our confidence got boosted and then we just steamrolled the other team, even though they were very nice to us the whole time. I kind of feel bad.
Well, you love hearing about like good sportsmanship and camaraderie in between teams, so that's great to hear too.
Yeah, absolutely. We love seeing the teams having some fun. It was a devastating win, and I do feel bad saying that because I probably feel like Zols is sitting there watching the stream, being like, "Oh, why do you have to be so mean, Fox?" But I'm just trying to be honest. But Pretty Cowboy,
Very,
something I
very
wanted to
British
ask
of you.
I have to be. If I'm not honest, I'm gonna feel like I'm not doing my casting job right. I'm sorry, Zols. But as for TNGG Cowboy, the big thing I wanted to ask you guys was, is Haven one of the maps that you think was one of the better things you could have gotten out of the draft that we had for the maps at the start of that round?
Well, I definitely don't think we anticipated playing on Haven. Like, I think most of my teammates think Ascent's their best map. And actually, when we first started on the map, our player Woodrow said, "I hate Haven." But then it worked out anyways, and so we weren't expecting it, but I definitely played to our favor.
Awesome. And speaking of map, I just want to know if you're any similar to me. What is your personal favorite map?
Oh, my favorite's Fracture because I'm actually a Breach main, and that's his best
Ooh.
map, and I just love bullying people on that map.
Okay.
Every other map I just play Cypher.
Oh, that's so funny.
Okay.
Breach is such a bully, and I gotta be honest, I
Mhm.
love it when I have a Breach on my team. I don't know. I just feel like it makes the game. It makes it a lot easier all of a
Oh yeah,
sudden.
it's
Um,
very fun.
yeah. Now, before we let you go, I just have one final question for you, and that is: do you have anybody you'd like to give a shout out to? Friends, family, coworkers,
Shout
compatriots,
outs.
whoever, other pretty cowboys.
I don't know many other Cowboys, but I would like to give a shout out to my friend Link, who's running the tournament. We've been friends since junior year, like not junior year,
Wait, really?
freshman year of middle school.
No
So
way!
we've known
you're
each other
kidding
for a
me.
long time. Yeah, and
Oh my
they
gosh.
put in a lot of work for this, and so
Yeah.
I want to
What-
give them a shout out because they're awesome.
Oh
Wait,
yeah.
Give me like 3 seconds. I need to learn what freshman year and middle
I mix
school
it up.
are.
I'm so bad with school grades. I'll tell you that much. And I'm a teacher, so
You know, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Well, that's fantastic. Well, thank you so much for
Mhm.
coming in again. Congratulations on your win, and good luck to you tomorrow when we get to the bracket stage as well.
thank you so much.
All right. Well, we're going to throw it to a short break now. I'm gonna get rid of the hat now for the moment. Hopefully it didn't. It didn't mess up my hair more than I already messed it up earlier. So, but yeah, we're gonna throw it to about a 10-minute break while we get the next game, the next teams ready. And before we do that, Fox, anything else you'd like to say before we break?
There's not much that I think I can say. I just think that I'm looking forward to this next game. I really want to get an even game. I've been saying it all night. If we go to overtime for this last game, that'll be the perfect way to end it. But I look forward to seeing that.
What an irony. My mirror shows the other side of me. All these ones and zeros, nothing in between. But there's so much more to me than eyes can see. Than eyes can see. I'm not binary. What an irony. My mirror shows the other side of me. All these ones and zeros, nothing in between. But there's so much more to me than eyes can see. Than eyes can see. I'm not binary.
Back to the sound, back to the sound. sound, back to the sound.
Look at all you've gone through, all the crazy and the bittersweet too. All the while your heart's on fire, keeping off to your own desire. Look at all you've endured, heartaches that have crushed your worth. All the while your mind's at war, you keep coming back for more. Why do you keep coming back for more? Why do you keep coming back for more? Why do you keep coming back for more?
you gotta stop, now stop like.
Hello, everybody. We have reached the end of the tournament for today. The final match is right ahead of us, so don't worry, there's more Valorant action to come. We have got Tours Smite going up against One Tap Fox, and how are you feeling about this matchup?
I'm actually very interested. There's quite a few things about these teams that I think are things we should probably point out to the viewers at home, things that they might not be aware of. And the first thing that's really caught my mind is over on the side of One Tap, I believe there is a player by the name of Red, or just call me Red, who was formerly on a team called Goblin Gang. And I believe we just saw the Gang of Goblins.
True. Yeah.
So that's just quite an interesting connection. But then the other things I want to talk about is I could go on and on and on. Like, we have our first Immortal of the day over on Tours Smite in the form of Emily But Gay, who is from Italy. And that's very interesting. But then the rest of Tours Smite is either iron or just barely bronze in the form of Silt. And then over on the side of One Tap, we have a much more consistent team hovering around that low gold, high silver sort of elo. So it's going to be interesting to see what we can expect from both of these teams coming into today. But Juggle, is there anything that you have really picked up on from these teams that you think we should be looking out for, or is it just the Valorant in general?
Well, I'm curious to see if we head to Icebox, because both of these teams seem to play on that very, very well. If we look at their stats, that's going to be the best map for each of these teams. So I would love to head there, but I have a feeling it's probably going to be a different map. I would love to see a map that we haven't seen today. And actually, something that's been really cool is we have seen a different map for every match. So I more than anything, I would just love to see that trend continue, so that we get a nice variety of maps today. But one final, I have a quick, seemingly random question. I would imagine at first for you, Fox. Can you roll your R's?
Oh no, not on command.
I can't
I do
either.
it
I can't
I do
either.
it
So
occasionally,
don't feel bad.
like accidentally. So
Yeah, because we have our notes, which production so graciously provided us. Tour, it should be an rolled R at the end. It's a Swedish word, so I just want to say I see it. I see the note. I apologize, I can't say it right, but that is the name, Tours Smite. But why don't we get into the standings real quick, Fox, and take a look at where things are right now for these teams, because any of the teams that we see at 2-0 right now have made it through to tomorrow. They have punched their ticket. They will stay in this tournament. And right now, we got 4 teams like that, right? So every single match that is happening right now, Fox, means that somebody's lives are on the line.
yeah, absolutely. All of these matches are happening simultaneously. But what we're going to see is that all of these 2-0s are going through. One team is going to end up on 1-1, and then you're going to have another team on 0 and 2. And that 0 and 2 is going to be kicked right out. Apologies to them, but you're not sticking around for long. And the ones we're going to be looking at specifically are, we're going to be following the Group B, Tours Smite and One Tap. But if you look at the rest of the teams, we have in Group A, you've got Team 7 on the 2-0. In Group B, you have
Scissor Micro Pachycephalosaurus.
There we go. Juggle God's got me there. Over in Group C, we have Mother's Allies, and over in Group D, we have what we just witnessed, the Noble Gang of Goblins going up to 2-0. And then all of our 0 and 1s, we have Luminar, Swarm 7 in Group A, we have Tours Smite and One Tap in Group B, we have in Group C, Mistakes Were Made in Celestials, and over in Group D, Zols and CLX. And this is really going to be... this is going to be the time to kick it up into gear if you're one of those teams that has lost a map, because this is the only way you're staying in the tournament. This is the decider match for you.
It is. And speaking of decider match, why don't we take a look at where these players have decided to go? Let's take a look at these map picks and bans. And again, I would love to see Icebox. You know, I don't know if these teams realize, these teams don't know, you know, they don't have the stats that we do, right? So already, okay, so we're not going to see Ascent, so we already know we're going somewhere different. No Pearl either, okay. This is getting interesting. I'm sorry, again, no Breeze, just straight up no Breeze. No Haven either, so chances are looking stronger for a map we haven't seen yet. What's it going to be? Oh, there goes Icebox. Is it Bind? Are we going to Bind?
Yeah, that leaves Bind in here for us. Okay, this is
Bind.
going to be an interesting one for these teams. Both of these teams have Bind down as their second weakest map, and again, they don't know which ones these are. But personally, I was thinking it'd be leaning more towards the Fracture or the Icebox, similar to you. But Bind going to one of the OG maps is going to be very interesting to see here.
Yeah, now I love this map. I think this map is great, but I tend to like the maps that I think maybe more rage-inducing for other people because yeah, I'm a fan of Fracture as well. So Bind, this is I'm gonna be interested to see how this plays out, right, in terms of agent selections. Because for one, let's start with a place where you and I are both very comfortable. Let's talk about controllers, right, and who you typically see on Bind, because there's actually a lot of good options, I think, here for controllers. You know, it's not like Breeze, where if you don't run Viper, you're kind of throwing, right? It's not quite that simple.
I would say that there is a couple of controllers you would probably lean towards a bit more. My mind immediately says Astra on Bind is not very good at all. You don't have so much offensive utility, and on the defense, you get burnt out very quickly, and you don't really have as much value. Versus like the Viper and the Omen, who get a lot of value from Bind, because Omen's blinds can take up most of the choke points. Viper's pit and just her smokes in general can really segregate the sites. Brimstone sort of falls into this middle ground where I think you can work him, but he's probably not ideal. So in terms of controllers, I would definitely predict more of the Omen or Viper sort of gameplay from this map.
Yeah, there's some excellent Viper one-ways on this map as well, if I remember correctly. So wouldn't be surprised to see that at all. But yeah, let's take a look in just a minute here at what these players are thinking in terms of their agents, because we can theorize all day, but it's going to come down to what they pick. And actually, another interesting note: we still haven't seen Chamber.
We haven't, and this is a perfect map to bring him back. That operator has always been notoriously powerful on Bind, and now you have an agent who just has it as an ultimate. And it's so much better. You can scope in so much quicker. Chamber could possibly hold down the entirety of A side by himself on Bind. I think that could be a very powerful defensive tool. But another very powerful operator player is Jet.
Yeah.
And we've not seen a lot of that so far today either. But Jet on the operator, still very good even after the changes to the dash. I think you could maybe see some Phoenix if you're planning on playing a bit more around the B side. He seems to work very well in there, using that firewall to block off some angles. The flashes on that side work really well, and for that reason, KO is another great agent. I think Bind is one of the maps that has more agents that are viable on this map than a lot of others. For example, over on Breeze, you can't really work the Fade as well because a lot of her utility relies on the previous utility, and you don't get as much space value for the utility that you're spending. So definitely an interesting map with lots of different ways this can go.
It certainly is. Now, one agent that I would be very surprised if we don't see is Raze, because I feel like Bind is one of the maps that Raze just shines on the most, I think, out of all of the maps that you could pick. So she's just so powerful, I think, on B-side through Hookah, that I would love to see Raze come out. And we've seen quite a bit of Raze today already.
Yeah, it's sort of been sitting back there in the background, similar to some of the Cypher plays that we've seen. One of those characters who's doing a lot but not getting the picks. But now we are going to be able to find out who they are actually playing. The theorizing can all go to the side, and we can see what we're in for the next match.
Now, already we're seeing a couple players hover over KO, and this has been an interesting absence as well, because KO has found so much more prominence recently in the meta, so a bit surprising that this is potentially going to be the first time that we see them. And look at oh my gosh, yeah, look at the attackers. They're just they're memeing at the moment with us.
One tap over on the attacker side, hovered the Euro, which is what I saw immediately. You went to the Chaos. Now looking at that Phoenix, they must be listening into what I'm saying. No stream sniping, guys. I already said Phoenix, I already said KO. But we do get a solid look at the actual lock-ins in here for Tour's Smite. Specifically, we're going to see the KO and the fade out here for the initiators. We're going to have the Reyna on the duelist, Sage on the Sentinels, and they're hovering that Astra controller. Personally, I am against Astra on this map. It's a little bit of a bias. I don't enjoy playing her, so maybe that's what it is.
Select your
But
agent.
I feel like they could go for better picks here. Not a very defensive composition, though, so it's possible that they're looking to do more of the retakes or focus on their attack.
Yeah, I feel like the Tour Smite, from what they're picking, they're playing for picks, right? I really think they're playing for picks in a large way here. But One Tap, we can now talk about them because they, in a flurry, selected all of their agents. And ooh, sorry, but hold on. Tour Smite wins the Synergy Award from this opening screen because they have all their cards synchronized. So I already got to give a little bit of an edge to them. But I do like seeing Viper for One Tap.
Yeah, absolutely. They have the Viper, and they also have the Chamber.
Yes.
So immediately 2 of the players that we pointed out as being extremely strong on Bind have come out to play. They are on the attacking side for now, but they are guaranteed to at least be defending for 1 round. And I think that's really when you're going to see the side of One Tap come into its prowess. As well, having this Killjoy on, you can have Killjoy defend the B side, the Viper over on A. Chamber can flex between the two with the teleport as well, which gives them fast rotations. The defense on the side of One Tap is going to be amazing, but they need to make it that far first in order to see what they can do. And I think that is going to be something difficult with the aggression that Tour's Smite is going to come out with.
You're absolutely right. Now, one notable absence I'd like to mention is Raze. We don't see any Raze here in any of the picks. So a little bit unusual, but I wouldn't say it's anything that's necessarily game-breaking for either side. It's just a little bit unusual. So will this more, I hesitate to say, like, more meta pick of One Tap be enough to overcome this very, very aggressive look that we're seeing from Tour's Smite? I'm anticipating Tour's Smite to be able to retake site very, very effectively.
I do think they can retake side very effectively. What I'm worried about for Tour's Smite is that if they get too aggressive and too overzealous, they will potentially give away free picks to One Tap, and then that leads One Tap in a position where they are so much more powerful, because once One Tap has 1 or 2 picks, they have a much more snowball heavy composition, whereas Tour's Smite needs to work for every pick one after another, and they have the utility to do that work, but it's going to be just a little bit more difficult for them to snowball these attacks.
Yeah, they're going to have, I think, much more consistent pushing power, I guess you would almost want to say. Gonna see an early defensive ball come out on A site, though, but the lion's share of the attacking team is over on B. Hastings able to get an early pick as well in favor of One Tap, so the attack looking pretty good at the moment. A little bit of util thrown out on site as they start to clear it for the plant, which should be able to come in relatively easily, and it appears that we are just going to be playing for retake on the side of Tour's Smite.
Planted.
Yeah, they tried to back away to get prepared for this retake early on, lost 1, now they're going to lose another 2. Trades out for Star in exchange, but Just Call Me Red has a few picks in now, and One Tap, they secure that round with only 1 player going down, and it was in that retake fight, so they really took so much space, and that is kind of the danger of allowing the team to come in and playing around retake, is that you're giving up so much space for free, whereas what you would typically like to see is burning away the attacker's utility a little bit more first, so that when the retake comes, it's a little bit easier for you.
Yeah, and that you know, as much retake power as that composition has, you're absolutely right. You can't put all your eggs in that basket, like not by a long shot. So hopefully we'll see them hold on to these sites a little more tightly. But they're already backing out of Hookah as we are seeing some of the Astro Stars come in. It's gonna be a TP kill to open things up, and oh, now Emily is trapped and they know it. So it's probably not going to end up too well for them, but they've got a shot at least of making something happen. Nice molly there from Hastings to take out Silt. And now, once again, One Tap has a huge advantage on the B side. They're going to get the plant in very, very easily. And look at this, Emily still caught in there, but they're able to get a pick. Star throws up the wall right at the last moment, but it's going to be down and a flash as well. So it's going to be Emily left standing. Let's see how much they can do. Of course, they are.
Yeah.
She is this Immortal 1 player.
It's kind of that double-edged sword that teleport has given Emily, able to back into the room for so long, stay safe, but then you're still giving away the space to One Tap. One Tap knows where Emily is, but they can't act on it. So there's lots of pluses and negatives, but in the end, Emily is trying to 1v3 clutch, manages to find one, but it's Midnight who secures the round, and we're up 2-0 in favor of One Tap.
Something I think we need to talk about as well is how quickly One Tap is securing site. Right now, part of that I think is due to, like you said in that first round, Tour just basically giving it up. But I think you still have to commend them for how quickly they took it in that second round, because they tried to hold on to it a little bit harder, but still they were able to clear it. They were able to get the plant out very, very quickly. And if they're able to keep up that momentum, this is going to go really well for them.
Yeah, well, that's the thing that Tour needs to do. They need to burn this utility to the point that when they give up the site for free, One Tap has no utility to defend the site themselves, and then Tour can come in with the superior utility. That's all that this sort of composition works around. But what you're seeing here, they've just given up the entirety of Hookah for free. You had one person pushed all the way up in showers, and now you're going to see Emily push up a little bit in this A short, but the entirety of that B site has been given up. Midnight's going to find one pick on here, and One Tap is just superior numbers at the moment because of that.
But they're getting dwindled fairly rapidly. Now it's just going to be down to Emily once again. She's popped the Empress, so she's got a much better chance, I think, of taking it this time around. Although that Molly's going to stop her. A couple of shots are going to come in as well. She's down to 22 HP. All three of these players clustered up around Hookah, and she doesn't even get a moment to peek as the wallbang comes in from Midnight.
Yeah, I think that actually was a One Tap coming out from One Tap's Midnight. But it is this sort of situation where there's just a bit too much space being given up for free. And that is all Tour needs to fix, really. It looks on the scoreboard like One Tap is so much more dominant. But when you actually read what's happening in the game, Tour is just giving up a little bit too much. And as soon as they stop giving that up, then they're going to have a much more dominant defense.
Let's see if they can hold on a little bit tighter here. They're going to 5-stack, actually, on A site. And that gamble looks as though it's going to pay off, because that is absolutely where the hit is coming in from One Tap. So, remains to be seen if they decide to continue pushing this side. We haven't really seen a rotation come out yet from the attacking squad. But it's could be high time for it right here. Flash going to come out and briefly blinds a couple of players. Hastings going to try and switch out once again, see if they can find a pick. They're able to get one, but trades do occur, so it is a 1v2. Too quick to call. It's just going to be Tour, Emily, and Silt left, and it's going to be Silt with the kill on the Hastings to give Tour their first round.
Yeah, just an unfortunate position there from the KO, but the collapse from both of these teams to just trade as much as they can. It was like a pot of soup boiling up and bubbling and bubbling and bubbling, and eventually it's just all spilt over the edge all at once. And we had every kill coming out within less than half a minute of one another, and that round was all over. And now Tour, time to secure the round. If you can draw this to a 3-2 or a 3-3, then you can start looking towards getting in a more aggressive situation.
Speaking of aggressive situations, the defense pushing out pretty hard right here, but They've met the force known as Emily, who is not taking any prisoners. Midnight, though, able to take out Wire instead. So it's 4v4 at the moment. I'm looking to get another pick with the operator. Does just that. Birdie by, goes by. And now one tap again with a little bit of an advantage here. Finds another kill. That's now going to be a 4v2. So it's looking pretty rough here for Tour. They had that last round win, but not sure if this next one is going to be in the books for them.
One enemy
It's
remaining.
going to be one kill for Hastings. It's just the Sage left. They're right behind that smoke. So as soon as it falls, it's going to be a flurry of bullets. But it doesn't even matter. Hastings gets the shot through the smoke.
Yeah, very well played from the side of One Tap there. That was a very clean execution, actually, coming out with that chamber ultimate, managing to find the picks that you needed. And really from there, just the cleanup afterwards. It is such a nice play to see from the side of One Tap. And that's the sort of Valorant that we really love to see. Just one team knowing exactly what they're doing and executing on it perfectly.
Absolutely. One Tap has just been tremendous in their ability to push onto site, take control over it, and not give it up, really. I mean, they're doing everything they need to do to win these. And, you know, despite, I think, my earlier prediction saying that, you know, it looks like this could be, you know, a Tour side that's playing for picks, they just haven't been able to do that yet.
Yeah, we are going to have a little duel here on B side, but Tour's already lost 2 members. Make that 3 as Midnight finds another. Jay is going to trade out for Hastings now, though. And this might be the push that Tour needs. Going to find Star, turns this into a 2v3 instead. And One Tap just going to go away to B, get a safe
One
rotation
enemy
out.
remaining.
Nice
Spike
pick from
planted.
Midnight. That's going to be Spike planted.
Does give the Phantom away to Listener J, though. And now this is the opportunity for Tour to show their retake skills.
Oh,
Unfortunately not. Red with that operator down CT. It's a very hard thing to come against. And honestly, the challenge that One Tap is giving Tour right now is next level.
yeah, it really, really is. You know, we keep talking about how we're hoping to see a close game today, and right now this is looking to be the least close so far. I think we actually know we did have a 5-1 back on Ascent, didn't we, in our first game? Our
Yeah,
first
we did. So
tournament game today, yeah.
sort of
So
on par with that at the moment is
Yeah.
where we're kind of sitting.
and that one actually did end up being our closest game today as well, so who knows. But push coming out onto A once again, and look at this very, very aggro position that Tour is taking. They're gonna be rewarded by doing this, as well as one player from One Tap goes down. Now they're caught back in CT, and Listener J picks up a second one just with a Spectre as well, so that's gotta feel great for this Tour squad.
Yeah, absolutely. They're repositioning over
Obscuring
towards
vision.
B, but Silt has stayed over there. Probably expecting the rotation. Lots of utility spread around the entrances to this point, and One Tap making their way down B, but going to lose another player in the process. They're out onto B site, but I don't think there's a lot of value that they're going to get out of this. Silt's going to fall now, turning this into a 2v4, and most of the members of Tour coming in from Hoop, and the Viper ult's going to get used now by Star, and they just need the picks.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty difficult for them, but this Fatal, such a beautiful counter to the Viper's Pit. They're able to take Star out of the equation, and with a free soup, Deafened as well, it's an easy pick for Emily. That's going to be a second round in for Tour.
Okay, this is the sort of comeback that we want to see if we're a Tour fan. I'm not saying that I am, but I do like to see this scoreline coming in this way, and some of them should get some good guns out of that. We do see Emily and Wernst?
Wyronstedt.
Wyronstedt. Thank you.
People.
No problem.
I gotta
Yeah,
visit
we
the
do see
astrology-
both of those on a full buy as well as Silt. Only a couple of Spectres coming out here, but all in all, if they get 1 or 2 picks, they're going to be at a gun advantage over One Tap.
Yeah, that's true. If they can just find one or two, then they can absolutely get those more powerful guns in the hands of their players that don't have them at the moment. Nice ultimate coming out here from KO to start things off, but immediately taken out. Emily doing a lot of work before she is taken out as well. Now, got one player coming in through. Oh my gosh, a beautiful molly from Star. Picks up one in the teleporter, and that's going to be one tap taking a 6th round.
Amazing plays from Star. You could say the star member of the team.
Hey, yo.
Okay, but
you can't see me at the moment, but I gave you finger guns.
Yeah, well, the members of One Tap, actually, that worked out really well. The Hastings ult coming out, I think, was extremely good. It actually caught Wernstead over on the A side, despite being on B. That's how close they were to one another when the ultimate started. So, really getting a lot of value just from one KO ultimate, and then Star on the Viper just to finish it off. Really well played.
A little bit of info gathered by KO for the defensive squad. But this is where most of the action going to be taking place, especially now that the TP comes in. Red taking out Jay. It's going to be a trade here. And at the end of it, it's a 3v3.
Yeah, we do see more ultimates online for One Tap, and they are posturing for the B hit still. Another trade coming in, and we're back to a 2v2. Can see the KO pushing out over long is going to get into a gunfight, and this looks like it might just end up being 2 1v1s.
Yeah, it's absolutely playing out that way. One of them has already been decided. Hastings getting the better birdie by with the wallbang.
And that's One Tap with the call to rotate over to A. Hastings still staying a little bit further back, possibly expecting an aggressive push out here from Emily. But Red is just going to be able to plant that spike and really secure the entire site.
Ooh, Emily going to go for the rotation, but look at this. She has no idea that Hastings is behind her and is taken out swiftly. Beautiful rotation from Hastings. That ended up working out just phenomenally well.
Yeah, you can really see why I am still hard stuck in gold, because I would have just ran it through market and tried to play from site, but that play worked out amazingly. If Emily had taken any other route to site, that would have given Hastings sort of a retake of the retake opportunity.
Right.
And that really would have used up a lot of Emily's time.
You want to play? Let's play.
Oh, we hear the tour de force coming out as well for One Tap. But at the moment, there's a pretty big sage wall in the way, so not going to get a whole lot of use out of it at the moment. They've started to push through, though. Tor Italy is down already, so that's going to be their immortal player out of the mix. So One Tap is looking pretty good at the moment, although Wirenstead gets one pick in response. So 4v4 right now as the push comes out onto A, but side isn't quite clear yet, and Midnight is taken out. They don't get a chance to use that tour de force and put it in action, unfortunately. 3v3 now as the spike is planted.
Yeah, One Tap did spot 2 enemies of Tour on the flank, but they didn't see the fade coming in, and that might be one of the most valuable bits. They're setting up as if the members of Tour could be coming in from any angle. Do manage to find one in the showers, but it's traded out for another 2. Star and Hastings both falling. Now you're in a 1v2 here.
You're in a 1v2, and unfortunately it is KJ who's got all of the util on the spike. Freesoup is able to get one. They've just got to try for the next one. Even if they get the kill, it's not going to matter because I don't think there's time to defuse. That's going to be a round for OT once again.
Yeah, and that was it was a good play from OT, but I would argue it was a better play from Tour. As much as OT won the round, Tour only displayed 2 on the flank. OT set up expecting one member to come from CT at least. And so that just gave them a little bit more pushing power to retake from mid. It didn't quite work out, despite the picks coming in their favor. But honestly, Tour could have won that round, and I think that would have been one of the best rounds for them to win, because then they could have come into this not risking giving away 9 points to one tap on this attack.
That's a very, very good point. They're gonna have to try and do. They're gonna have to come in big right here, and unfortunately, that's not the way to start it. As Jet gets one pick right off the bat, still holding on to that Blade Storm as well. Likely gonna be using it in that next round. Hit coming out onto B site once again. Seems to be favored at the moment by one tap. Get a couple of other picks, but one in response
Spike
as well
planted.
from one tap. 4v3. Once again, KJ getting all the util out. They're going to have to be a primary target, I think, of Tour right now if they hope to retake the site, especially considering they have the lockdown as well, which they can use. 13 HP now remaining for Silt as they peek and catch a few bullets in the chest.
Yeah, you are actually going to see the KJ still pushed up fairly far, but they are going to be wrapping around Albert. That's going to put a little bit more pressure onto Silt if they decide to push. Red going to fall now, but there are so many lineups and ways to stop this retake. That's going to be one tap. I mean, 9-2 in the scoreline so far.
Last round before the switch.
And now we head into the last round before the switch, like our illustrious announcer told us. And this has just been one tap all day so far. One tap has shown up in a tremendous way, and you know it makes me wonder, right? How good Scissor Micropachycephalosaurus must be, because they were able to take one tap. Right, they're at the head of this group. So Group B to me just looks like an obnoxiously strong group. They're going to be trouble tomorrow.
One thing I do want to point out, Tour does actually have the highest ranked member of their group, and possibly the highest ranked member of the entire tournament. I think that's right. I think they are the only immortal member on the team is Emily.
Yeah, I'm doing a quick scan. I think you're right, yeah.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see that not only SMC, but also One Tap here are doing so much better than them. One Tap coming into the site, managed to find 4 picks very quickly, only traded out for 1. And now you just have the Astra who's all alone on B, as One Tap's gonna plant, and Tor arguably has to try to take this fight. You're not gonna keep your utility. There is no saving here.
No, there's not. You just have to go for it. And unfortunately, they're not going to be able to get anything this time around. And One Tap is heading into the second half. They've only got to get 3 rounds.
Yeah, this is a team that averages at high silver at best. Like, One Tap should arguably not be doing so well, but they are such a coordinated team. It makes you question whether or not these players deserve to be a higher rank. And I'm starting to think they do. Maybe Riot needs to get in here and start sorting some things out.
Well, now, one thing that I don't think we've mentioned yet is 3 out of 5 of the members of this team won the second tournament in this series. So in a lot of ways, we need to consider them the defending champions here, right? So
Absolutely, yeah. And Red as well was also very high placed in those tournaments too, so a lot of members of One Tap.
So this is a stellar squad, right? Definitely one to watch out for. So anybody going up against the Group B team tomorrow, they're going to have their work cut out for them. Midnight now trying to back away, but not able to at the moment because they got suppressed by the knife, so they can't get out of dodge like they want to. They're going to be good for 1 trade, though. However, One Tap still in the lead in the kill feed. It's a 3v2 as they continue to try push on the side to retake this. Nice molly once again from Viper, gonna help get one of the kills, and that's gonna be One Tap with their 11th round.
Yeah, and now this is where you start having a lot of pressure. Tour has to save this round. So One Tap can take this as a free round. You just get a little bit of utility. You see them with light armor and specters. Now you're almost guaranteed a win unless Tour can pull some magic out of the bag. And that's really what they need, because once One Tap wins this, even if Tour can full buy on the next round, then they're going to have to win 10 rounds in a row just to get to overtime. And that's going to be an extremely difficult task. So One Tap really in a very solid position this half.
Yeah, they certainly are. And things start out great for them once again. The 4v4 at the moment. Midnight briefly blinded, but not before they get the pick onto Wire instead. Push coming out onto B site, but the spike
Last
is
player
over on A instead. Star gets a pair of kills. It's just one player remaining, and One Tap will get the defuse.
And this is where we head into our match point. We're only going to have potentially one round left. Tour is in such a sticky situation. They have to buy and force every round from
Match
now
point.
on. And that's going to be an extremely difficult thing. I don't even think they can fall buy. It looks like they're all just going for... sorry, no. They can fall by, just barely. I suppose
Yeah.
Emily has the light armor, but when you're dealing with such high damaging weapons, that light armor doesn't do so much of a difference. It's going to be interesting to see how these teams play. Tour setting up for an A push, but it seems like One Tap has read into this, put most of their players there for the defense.
They've got to be perfect from here on out. Tour fighting a very big uphill battle. Star going to be able to get a molly out as well to try and slow things down, or at least clear that corner from any kind of aggression. They're able to get a pick onto Tour Emily as well. The top fragger, the highest ranked player out of the equation now. It's just going to be up to the rest of them. 3v2 right now. It's just going to be Sage left standing for Tour. They have to come away with this one. They've got 1 kill. They have to secure 2 more now. Could be one of KO's mollies now expended. Both players still on A, and Listener J making a great decision to rotate over to B to get this plant.
Absolutely, and the members of One Tap are so far away they won't even hear the rotate until Jay starts planting in a moment. They do see the wall coming on now, so that's going to be the call to come in for the KO on the side of One Tap. But really, if you're One Tap, feeling pretty confident about this, you just need to win this round. You're in a 2v1, you had the first pick, you've had better trades. It's going to be slow, delayed the retake on the side of One Tap.
Is Listener J going to be able to pick them out? They've come around this corner now, but they're coming right behind them. That's going to be free soup for the kill, for the win, for the match, and securing their spot in tomorrow's bracket for the rest of this tournament. Congratulations to One Tap. Sorry to see you go to our Smite, but that's going to be the story of the day. What a dominant showing from One Tap.
Oh, these have been such fun games to watch. Every team that has won has more than deserved it throughout the day. I think these VODs are going to show that if they go back and rewatch them, and I really suggest that they do, and we probably should as well, because this was just such fun Valorant. But honestly, these teams, I haven't seen anything like it for such low-ranked teams, for teams that I personally didn't have the highest expectations of. They have just come into this and they have completely destroyed my expectations, and they've said, hey, we aren't really silver players. That might be what it says, but we're up here playing with the golds, with the plats, the diamonds, and we're even beating the only immortal in the tournament that was on Tour Smite.
Yeah, tremendous showing from everybody today. We are going to throw it to a short break once again. See if we can't get an interview in here. So stick around, don't go anywhere. We will be back in just a few short minutes.
Yeah. Different in the building. Sesame in the building. Pour out the bubbles, we holding our liquor down. If it's a problem, I go to the bar and I shut it down. Get on my section, don't bother with lames. I'm watching these bunnies bounce. Shorty a 10, a rubber band, come on for the 100 pound. All of the talk, but don't run a mouth. I'm trying to be out. All I really wanna know, when we leaving, all I really need to know is when we leaving. All I really wanna know, when we leaving, all I really need to know is when we leaving.
We are back, everybody, but only for a short amount of time because that is all the action we have here today. But boy, have we seen quite a lot. It has been a lot of fun, and quick thank you to all the production staff behind the scenes to help make this happen. Of course, we are the ones you get to see, but there's so many more people behind the scenes. So thank you to everybody who helped with that. Link, Fudgy Waffles, Maka, thank you so much. And let's take a look at the standings, see how things shook out today, Fox.
Yeah, we only got to see some of the matches ourselves, but there's been so many matches going on behind the scenes, and now we get to take a final look at what we have for the day. So, Group A, which is the only group that we never actually got to watch a match of between the two of us. So we have Team 7 up 2-0, as we saw before, and then it's actually going to be Swarm 7 who takes the lead on that decider match, going to 1-1, and then Luminar, unfortunately, going to be dropping out of the tournament. That is actually one of the teams I was looking forward to seeing, but I guess I'll just have to see if any of those guys have the VOD saved. Now coming into Group B, the one that we have the most recent experience with, obviously we have, and I'm going to try it this time, Scissor Micropachycephalosaurus?
So close, Cephalosaurus.
Oh, Cephalosaurus. Okay.
Yeah.
We have SMC going 2-0. And then we've just witnessed One Tap securing their place in tomorrow's games, going up 1-1. And Tour Smite, unfortunately, going to be dropping out as well. Another team that I thought we would see a lot more out of, but admittedly, they did have a lot more lower ranked players as well as their high ranked players. Not so many in the middle. That could be a reason, but we saw how that ended. And I'm going to be very interested to see how SMC and One Tap continue into this, since this seems to have been the most difficult group, I would say, for the day. And then moving on, we go into Group C, the ones that we started off the night with, Mother's Allies. We got to witness them in their first game, and they apparently went straight through their second game, going up 2-0. Celestials, however, the ones who were taken down a peg by Mother's Allies, have actually managed to beat mistakes were made, and indeed they were, because they are now 0-2 and out of the tournament. And finally, onto Group D, we do have the Noble Gang of Goblins up 2-0 once again, and CLX is the ones who are going to win this out. So the number 1 seed of Group D, we saw them fall once, and they've since fallen again. Unfortunately, they are also out. So if you look at those top 2 teams in each group, all 8 of those are going to be the ones going through to the next stages tomorrow.
Excellent. Well, fantastic showing from everybody, but let's take a moment out to talk about the Trevor Project and how much money we have raised today for this wonderful, wonderful organization. We have raised $888.04. Thank you all so much. That is phenomenal. We are on pace to absolutely smash our goal tomorrow. So make sure you tune in again. You're going to see a couple of fantastic casters. It's going to be Jalbert and Hail Monkey Man, good friend of mine. So absolutely make sure you tune back in to see what kind of action, what kind of shenanigans happen tomorrow. So that's all that I have for you all today. Fox, are there any final words you'd like to say before we close things out and say goodnight?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have talked a little bit about the Trevor Project, but I just wanted to highlight that they have 24/7 counseling and provide help to people of the LGBTQ community. If you can't donate in the stream, feel free to head to their website and donate to them directly. I'm sure every bit of money that you can give to them helps. I'm actually planning on donating a little bit just after this stream ends, when I can get my bank card out and know that it's not up on camera for all of you to see. But other than that, I think hopefully in tomorrow's stream we can have an even bigger goal, because you guys are so close to smashing this one. And honestly, a big thank you to everyone who's been in the chat today. We've had so many people come in, and it's been so great to have such a supporting community backing everything that's been going on. Other than that, I just really want to say thank you, Juggle God. You have been honestly one of my favorite people to cast with, easily in the top 3.
Oh, well, thank you so much.
I look forward to casting with you again, but is there anything you want to say before we close out?
Yes. The final thing I would like to do is to send a big shout out about the Gaylorant Discord. So again, if you type !Discord in chat, you can get an invite. Come join us. We're a great crew. We love to make new friends. And this way you'll stay in tune, you'll stay in touch, you'll have your pulse on the community and know about when the next tournaments and other events are going to happen. And of course, a big thank you to Boom TV for sponsoring this. Really appreciate it. Couldn't have done it without you. You've absolutely made this a phenomenal event. So thank you so much, Boom TV. Be sure to go check them out as well. So that's going to do it from us. Be sure to tune in tomorrow for lots more action at the Gaylorant Charity Gauntlet. GG's, and see you next time.
Bye-bye.
No, I don't mind. Let's go bounce.
One shot, one chance, one move, one dance. One shot, one chance, one move, one dance. One shot, one chance, one move, one dance. One shot, brace yourself for the Vegas.